Good morning, everyone. Hold on, just set up. Ding ding. Oh, pin the daily. Thanks, man. All right. Drop a little bit below 40.50. We're like right at resistance right now on the 1 hour. Just below it. Just ooh. Oops. Gamma flip at 39.62. Looks like the highest concentration of put gamma to the downside is at 39.25. Good morning, everyone. What's today's lesson plan? I don't know. We'll probably watch the spy drop and then chop a bunch, and people ask why red candles. That's a big old jump in Gamma Max for Upstart. Oh yeah, that reminds me. It is. Also, Vega Neutral's still inching up, which I'm not really sure what that means, but it's like rising into the price. Son of a bitch. Where did I put that? Oh. There we go. Did you buy back your Tesla covered calls? No? It's not below 150 yet. Are you moving into a few OPEX positions here? Probably pick some more up today. We'll see. I almost want to play the long side of SPX here, though. How's volatility doing now? Still really elevated. that. And give me 1 second. Trying to look at futures. Futures fell below their support a little bit. Not a ton. And they're hitting that like 39.62 level, which is pretty important. There we go. Okay, so I want that. NQ. All right, futures might be finding support at like 39.65. It's hard to say. Things are a little bit thrown off here, but you know, 40. All right. Futures are bouncing. I don't think this gap is going to fill, but I think we might move up a little bit. They're back here. Yes, selling off right away. All right. Major resistances on SPY. I have no idea for the SPY. 3090, 3287, I think is a really important one. Sorry, 390, 287. Fuck, let me go look at my SPY chart. 398.91. Okay. 389.70 and 387.46 both look pretty important. SPY's at resistance right now. Did you hear Kenny conducted a cyber attack against Fubo as a reason to short it to $2 today? I did not. The drop today seems like a bit too much. Is it just SLD, or have we seen the top and it's the start of the next leg down, in your opinion? It could be the start of the next leg down. We still don't have a lot of significant put positioning. We wouldn't until next week, right? After margins are settled. So if it is the top of the next leg down, it's gonna be a slow top, probably. Like, I think we'll stay pretty much within this range for at least a little while longer. We could see 3,900 today, but right now it looks unlikely. That can change, but I'll keep an eye on it. HCP at a good entry. Getting close. I'd really want to get shares, you know, around 25 ideally, especially if Nasdaq's going to be like downtrending. There could be another opportunity to maybe buy at like 26 or 25.50. That one's not going to be as impervious to drops in the market as Dole has been. Now, I'd expect we would have seen a lot more backwardation in S&P futures after the news yesterday, but just not fucking much. Your Charstrom notification is loud as fuck, and Discord may be mute. Oh shit. Sorry, Discord. I didn't realize the Discord was muted. Thanks, Carl. I just came here to say fuck Mr. Tittles. I don't know who that is. T. Dettles? The whale teeth guy? He's awesome. Ignore the haters. What would be your expectation if they short upstart to Vega neutral? Is that the floor? It kind of can be. It causes like a lot of re-hedging from the market maker. So, I mean, on GME in the past, it's caused very significant bounces anytime we've touched Vega neutral, but I mean, I don't know if upstart will. Vega neutral's still pretty far away. It's been rising, which is interesting. It's more like Upstart's not going down so much because it's been trading pretty flat, and that like Vega neutral is just going up. But I think a lot of that's due to like the repositioning. Over the last few days, we've seen a lot of like synthetic shorts close. And roll over into like diagonal spreads. Fucking epic pen. Hold on. It's a shit software. Did you just shake the pen to get the ink to come out? That's not how that works. Anyway, we've been seeing synthetic shorts. That's not a good way to write that. Rolling into diagonal spreads. So they're closing long puts and short calls. And the diagonal spreads are like volatility exposed. So it's kind of interesting. Talking with someone in finance yesterday, he has $50 Jan 23 meta leaps, saying the company might see new lows around that range this year. Thoughts? Thanks. I wouldn't be surprised. FTD data up late for November. Okay, cool. Moulin booming. Interesting. Oh shit. That was quick, Carl. So the FTDs are dropping. Even though FTDs are dropping, the ratio isn't as much. Okay, because volume's down. So lower volume, lower FTDs. We only have the report till right up when they got it, right up until they got it back off reg show. But yeah, I mean, it looks like they crushed FTDs within that period. P+2. So what day did we come off of Reg Show on Upstart? Maybe remember. It was November 30th, right? Yeah, so we only have FTDs up until the day we were pulled off of, yeah. That's unfortunate. Fucking hate that report. So it makes sense we see fails and ratio die off, yeah. Because they need 5 consecutive days, right? Which they have almost exactly. They have no, just 5. Yeah, they only got, I think fails were below the limit on 11/21, but on 11/22 they spiked back up again, and then from the 23rd to the 30th, those 5 trading days are the lowest. Although the 18th and the 21st are kind of interesting. Those were pretty low too, but so was the volume. Those are like 2 of the lowest volume days in that period. And on the 18th they still failed in excess of 0.5%. Correlation. $39.25. That should be right about where we find support. Still difficult. It should be 56. Okay. Uh, 32nd. There we go. So some short capitulation here on the 0 DTEs maybe. I wonder if I should close some puts now. $39.50 is pretty strong. 3,900 is really strong. Up until that point. We're at 39.20 now. If that's enough to keep dragging us down, or we're gonna bounce here. Futures keep selling off. All right. I'm not sure if we're going to bounce here. We're getting really close to 3,900, which is pretty stacked. Yeah, I don't think a 3,900 test is out of the question at all. We may not test it right now, but the push is kind of extreme. Like there's a decent amount of momentum on this. It might be dying off. It should be good for a reversal, but I don't think the range is that great on a reversal. The closest like positive gamma is at 39.50, and we're still pretty far from there. The gamma flip points at 39.57.50. So this kind of just feels like stop losses. Any chance of any upside in SPX or calls or toast? How much theta do you have on them? Still haven't gotten fills yet. Is Ivy pumping on Upstart Jan 2023s? Not a lot. No, I don't think so. I mean, the Upstart FTDs are kind of in line with expectation. I mean, FTDs spiked and then they got it off reg show again. And then we don't have any data past the 30th, so I'm not particularly surprised there. The fail to volume ratio is still pretty good, especially like from the through the 15th. The fail to volume ratio stayed fairly high into the 17th, spiked again on the 22nd, and then fell off in the 5 days leading up to its removal from reg show. I'm sure Carl will post the charts in the Discord channel. Upstart Discord, a user is saying that because of performance fees on annual basis, hedge funds are incentivized to keep Upstart down until the end of the year. Can you explain? Long shorts would be. The longer they stay in the performing position, the longer they can collect fees. Volatility shorts may not have so many options open to them. So Upstart FTDs, the changing Greeks overnight. Okay. When you were on SS, whose DD stuck in your mind? Or did it open your eyes a little? Leave Me Anons, like ETF DD. He didn't know a lot about them, but highlighting the correlation between GME and the ETFs led to like a lot of the research that we've done. Zinco's like variance swap DD was amazing. Turd's research into ETFs was phenomenal. That's about it. I can't think of any others right now that are really exceptional. I'm asking because I sent my calls at the bid like 25 minutes ago, and the stock has dropped over 50 cents. I sent my calls at the bid like 25 minutes again? What? You bought calls at open? Yelga's charts and research. Did she write DDs? I know she like posted her charts and then people gave her a bunch of shit. Maybe 900. But my rule of 11 DD, come on, man. Why you gotta hate? I set my purchase orders near market open when the stock was at 1641. I figured I'd catch the falling knife and average down, but it never happened. Oh, okay. So are you buying shares or options? Maybe there's just no fills. It depends on what option you're buying, right? If you're buying shares, that's highly unusual. The other Discord I'm in, they're shorting GME today. Cool. Sold my 1219 400p a bit early this AM. Honing the skill is tough. I mean, you still got pretty decent profit, right? Sheesh, SPX can't catch a bid anywhere. Well, it seems to be catching one right before it tests 3900. Although, I don't think the momentum on this is very impressive. ES is bouncing on the lower support at 3932. VIX is at what? 2191. So VIX is still lower than it was fucking 2 days ago. What's your Upstart share cost basis? It's still like $18 and like 70 cents. I haven't averaged down at all. I might buy some today. If it gets near Vega neutral, I'll probably buy some more. How close are we? Like 50 cents off on the dip? I didn't forget Korean. Wow, GME is really off the charts, off the wall, bullish. I mean, it's got previous lows that are lower than where it's currently trading. Although I think I think we're really close to March's low now. Yeah, we're starting to get there. The absolute low in March was 1887. We're still higher than March and May right now. 2005 probably isn't out of the question. I think we're starting to see a little bit of long buildup on SPX. Not a lot of it, though. I'd like to see more. Still fighting for 22. Crazy that Upstart was way over 19 on Tuesday, I guess. Oh, sorry, C-Mill. I'm on it. What mean by Upstart Gamma Max jumping $6 overnight? Is that bullish, ultra bullish? Or will Carl never have low T problems again bullish? I mean, it's good. It seems to indicate that there was some out of the money call buying or possibly puts sold off. I think both of those are at least a little bullish. Like rising gamma max is a nice sign. It'd be better if we were moving towards it. So the diagonal spread payoff is on increased volatility. It's kind of neutral to price improvement. Do you have any thoughts on Tesla showing strength while the market is not? Well, Elon's like done selling again, right? So usually Tesla can see a bounce after that happens. Ugh. Tesla's also down massively over the last few days. SLD, we're close. I mean, from our high. over the last couple days. Are we down 300? We've got to, yeah, we've got to be pretty close to being down 300 BPS, maybe a little more. Day, Tuesday, day, huh? Yeah, we're down around 350 BPS right now. Been out for a few days. How's OPEX looking? Still looks pretty good. May not, may not, may need to liquidate some of my GME, unfortunately, as I'm stretched pretty thin right now. I'm not trying to do so at 20. Thanks, bud. Yeah, that's not a great idea. Doing it at 20 would be awful. So someone switch from short upstart to long upstart volatility. Yeah. With the price already so low, that feels bullish, or am I confirming my own bias? It's pretty bullish. I mean, it would imply that people are closing short positions and preparing to hedge for a move to the upside, right? Looks like this might be the next leg down for the SPY. Yeah, it very well could be. It doesn't mean it's going to happen all today, right? Would you still publish the MOASS trilogy now, considering how much has happened? Yeah. If Upstart doesn't upscore it to at least 11,000, I will have my boat repossessed. Mullen got a large order for vehicles and halted. Okay. It'll probably do that a bunch. It's pretty volatile as a small float. How are they gonna make them? Aren't they still working on that, like, building out that factory or refurbishing it? Did the buyer just give them infinite time? Unless it's Revlon, I'm not buying any stock under $5. Fair. Any good repossession companies to invest in? I don't know how many of those would be publicly traded. Probably not very many. Okay, I kind of like how this is looking. Set to the Laplacian. Yes. Okay, futures getting a little bit of a double bottom bounce here too. Might be a nice little recovery. I think we'll see, well, possibly we'll see some short profit taking here. Futures are getting a little momentum. SPX is struggling though. 39.25's a pretty key level. If we can cross that, then that opens up a little more upside, but it's going to be pretty hard to cross it. What font did you use for your DD? I have no idea what font fucking Reddit uses. Would you consider exercising upstart calls if it has an OPEX realized? No, mostly because I already have way more shares of upstart than I want. But I would consider some very deep in the money calls on the shares I have, maybe, and keep them. I think the like long term the company is going to be pretty successful. So if I can get a sizable chunk of shareholding and bring my cost basis down $8 or $10, I'm pretty happy with it. The Vienna 15 and GME moving over 30, is that a good thing? 1 second. I'm back. What was it? Being at 15, Jimmy moving over 30, is that a good thing? I believe it is. I'm just not sure anymore. All I know is that it's weird, and if it's weird, I'm in. You mean Upstart? I think so. It looks bullish. Jimmy fighting back, starting to. Should be tomorrow, though, that we see, well, more out of it. Good entry on Oxy. Now you see what I am capable of. What are you talking about? Pulte. Did Pulte buy more GMA? You buy another 200 shares? Vanguard places a 7-day hold on funds transferred in. I hate them. You can wire. I actually just did get 3 more pieces or 5 more pieces on my desk. Some of the boxes are taped together, so I'm not really sure, but yes, one question about Vega neutral, and the hit squad comes in and takes out our boy. I'm still here. Check DMs. What do you got? Ooh, that's kind of fun. What's that look like on the not 1 minute chart? Futures looking like 3,900 is a bottom. I don't know. Futures bounced off 39.32. And we've got a higher low here at 39.37.50. It looks like it's slowly building a bit of an uptrend. Or this is just the world's worst Head and Shoulders. But we're starting to pick up, like, I don't know, VIX might be slipping a little, which could be good. It's really hard to tell if we found a bottom here because everything's so skewed by the massive drops yesterday and into this morning. Oh, stuff. Okay, I like the 5 minute a lot. I like the 15 minute a lot. I love the 1 hour. Dork. I love the 1 hour. Bullish. I didn't know Lego made desks. No, I bought a... Fuck is the name of that company? I can't remember the name of it. Up something? Uplift. And it's got so many fucking pieces. I still have another year on my lease. And based on the rent prices around me, I probably don't want to move. Like, the fucking apartments are more than they were before the pandemic now. And I got this place like right in the middle of the pandemic, so I'm locked into a lease that's pretty cheap, which the management is not happy about, but fuck them. What is a Vega and where do I find one? What? It's not a thing. It's dear God. What do you think DIA 3030 330p for March 31st? Seems like down moves much higher than SPY and QQQ during this rally, which is already higher than August. Thoughts? Uh, I mean, I probably wouldn't short Dow over QQQ. Check DMs. With dropping prices, do you prefer to lower cost basis on calls or add lower strike contracts? Generally lower cost basis on calls, if possible. Move into your house you got. Out of the city? No. Have an extra stable for you. Which desktop finish did you get? The whiteboard one, which is why it's taking so long to ship. Whatever they're charging you, I'll cut it in half. My Philadelphia basement is now open to you. But I'd have to live in Philly. I'd rather pay double my current rent to not live in Philly. That's awesome, Doric. Yeah, it's pretty rare to get a landlord like that. These two girls just moved in on the other side of me, and I think they have like the same exact size apartment I do. And their rent was like 6,000 a month, which is almost double mine. I'm gonna go tell them. What is a clitoris? Oh, Carl, I'll send you a map. Can you explain the French Revolution using French food analogies? Yes. Um, the royals tossed cake into the street and had the tips of their baguettes chopped off. No, I don't live in the village. They won't know what to do with it if they do stumble across it. Even with a map and full access to the internet, he or any other guy still won't be able to find it. Oh. I disagree. I think he will be able to. Three's company type of situation gonna happen? No, I don't think so. Do you do any, or are you familiar with the art of interpretive finger dance? I can't, hold on. I can't say I am. Jesus Christ. All right. That should be enough interruptions. Interpretive finger dance. Hot neighbor? I don't know. I've only met one of them. Is the reason that you bought that desk because you can put a hammock under it? No, I didn't even get the hammock. That seemed fucking stupid. I think it's below book value right now. Kubo's book is... Uh, 250? So yeah, it's a little bit below book value. GME and AMC charts starting to look exact same again. That's a good sign. Cool. How does Jehovah's keep getting access to your floor? That was just like somebody dropping off a package for not me. No, nope. I haven't. Dear God, Carl. Too much. Any girls paying 6K a month for a small apartment in New York have to be hot and an influencer or something? That's kind of ridiculous. Yeah, some people just have rich parents. Asking for a friend because obviously I would never make degenerate 0DT calls. Not me. Never. If Jehovah's Witnesses come to your door, tell them you're a Seventh day Adventist. They'll never come back. Do I tell Seventh day Adventists that I'm a Jehovah's Witness? What do I tell the Mormons? I don't cuss out my window. This isn't the 50s. Where do you live? In a castle? No, I just have like a 2-bedroom apartment. My rent isn't 6K a month. I would never fucking pay that to live in this shithole. I feel like 475 for my warehouse and 350 on the quarter acre of dirt I rent. Well, I could probably get a good deal on some dirt if I wanted to rent it. How much of your OPEX position have you entered so far for GME? Most of what I want to buy this week, I think. Stream has been too serious today. Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy had no hair. Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't Fuzzy Wuzzy. Maybe he just didn't have any tea. Tell the Morons that Joseph Smith is your senpai uwu. Oh god. Imagine building a religion based on the incoherent, horny ramblings of a 14-year-old. That was some terrible DD. I don't own any farmland. Is this an OPEX? It's not even OPEX yet. I'm the toilet getting slammed at work. Just stay there, man. Relax a minute. TLDR on our beloved stocks, please. Nice downs before OPEX. Yeah, I mean, it looks like a lot of shorting, which is generally a good sign. Wait, Upstart December 16th, 40. Why do you even have that contract? Fuzzy Wuzzy had low T. Fuzzy Wuzzy sat when he peed. How come you don't rent a spot 1 to 2 blocks from a 24-hour gym and spa so you can work out and spa at like 3 to 4 a.m. when you can't sleep instead of cramming expensive Manhattan apartment with equipment? I have a gym membership at like Equinox and it's not far from my house. Um, but I don't want to go there. It's the fucking worst. Any tips on how to fake it so you make it? Just got promoted to be the head of a concrete division of one of the largest construction companies in the Southwest, and I know nothing about concrete. Sounds like you need to start reading. Maybe you can find like a blog on somebody who's also like somebody else who's like the head of concrete. I can't help you. I don't. I know there are rumors that I know a lot about concrete, but I don't. I'm pretty underwater on my GME 121625Cs. I think I'll hold. Do you think Sava will run with the OPEC stocks? It looks good. Sava's interesting. How's it doing today? Did it pull back at all? It'll pull back about 5%. Hmm. It's interesting. It might. Usually Sava runs on a different cycle, but sometimes it just runs on all of them. It has a pretty low float. SPX. Hmm. That short build up? Okay, Gamma flips now at 39.37. But it also looks like the calls at 39.50 have capitulated. Yeah, still Fubo shares. I bought it for like a 2-year holding period, so yes. I got paid to supervise concrete pours as a young man. I had no idea what I was supervising, but I got 2 times pay to sign a clipboard after standing around for 6 hours. It's a pretty good deal. Why wouldn't Big Concrete want you to know it's a tasty snack? I bought before I heard you were on. I got the service and I thought it was awesome. Yeah, I mean, their subscriber growth has been pretty good. Hopefully the World Cup improves that, although they did have some outages apparently. But hopefully that's outages just because their servers were overloaded with all the new subscribers they never expected, right? What extra would you recommend for Fubo calls if the aim is to just profit from the next upside move? I mean, they're so cheap, right? Like 2024. That's where most of my calls are for 2024 for Fubo. Barring a retest or going above 4,000 again, what resistance are you looking at to stop buying long dated puts beyond March 31st? Or that be, or buying that far out now be jumping the shark? Um, no. I mean, I have some March puts already. Um, I don't think we've seen any economic conditions bad enough to warrant a significant decline at this point. Um, that'll probably change as we move towards the end of January. But I'm buying them slowly. Any opportunities on the upside, I usually pick up a few. Apparently it was a hack. The short hedge funds are trying to take him down. What the fuck? Screeding sidewalks when I was 18. What the fuck is that? I'm in Canada. It's the only way we can see Premier League. I really like the UI too. That's good. They're giving access to a trading account in my name. I have no idea what I'm doing. Best place to start. I'm still kind of waiting to close out my straddle. I think I'll close out some more puts on a test of 3,900. But it's hard to tell if longs are repositioning closer to the money or just not coming in at all. And if they're not coming in at all, I mean, I have 1230 puts. I might as well hold on to them for a little bit, right? flattening concrete? Okay. I still bought GME Jan 23. Do I need to roll to 30, or is it not that big of a deal? I'm feeling regarded for that accident. Jan 23 isn't an expiration. Jan 20ths? Did you buy 20ths or 13s? The 23 is the year. 13th. Okay. I mean, you could. Is it profitable for you to roll? It's not the worst. I mean, did you get out of your straddle calls or wrecked up there at the moment? I rolled those down yesterday. So I bought during the Fed meeting. I bought calls, and then I sold the calls at the top and closed the 40/50s, and I rolled them down to 4,000. Those are currently wrecked, but the puts are way the fuck up. So I don't know if I'm gonna hold the calls. That's still kind of up in the air. Couldn't watch the semis on Fubo yesterday. I had millions of subscribers state that they will unsubscribe to the service due to outage. Couldn't log in. Fubo suggested to watch it free on Fox. Huh. Are we touching its tip or below it? I think we're just like at it. Um, I don't have that chart right now, but I think that level is just at like 2050. So we might just be on the standard deviation point. It's 1.75. Jesus fucking Christ. I thought the Fubo outage was a DDoS attack. I don't know. Like an outage during the World Cup's probably not great for metrics, but I don't think it's going to significantly affect the subscriber base. It's official. Kirk is a Molly dealer. This is the third time, and I think it's the fourth time in 2 hours. Oh. Was it even the desk or some bullshit? It's just like the guy who reads the meters. My like the the natural gas meter for my apartment is inside the closet in my front hallway. Probably because my apartment was illegally subdivided. You still long wheat? I have a position. Yeah, it is, AJ. ESPN Nudge. What did you say spy resistance was for the day? 3,900 looks like where we're finding support. There's still some interest at 3,930, but we fell through that level pretty early. I don't know about spy. 38, 389 probably. What the fuck is spy at right now? 389.70 looks like a pretty important resistance for spy. A fucking ridiculous drop off on no news. Um, I don't really think it's a bear flag. It's just the world's worst uptrend at 3,900, which is now broken down. Fubo Gen 20 $3 calls, good or nonsense? I think it'd be okay. If we see clearing on Fubo, then it could be really good. SPY drop off SLD. Yeah, probably largely SLD. Some of the economic data this morning wasn't the best. But it also should have been mostly expected. I will say that the retail sales being down was kind of a surprise. Because a lot of the preliminary reports were indicating that Black Friday sales were way up. It does not appear to be the case. Seems like the new SLD schedule is almost the same as it was before. I mean, it pretty much is. The biggest change was in like how the settlement works. Floor for GME at 19 or 20, or could it be lower? 2050 is a pretty strong resistance, I think. I wrote the downside, or 20, not 2050, 2005. Well, there's a little bit of resistance at 2050. We don't have a lot of historic volume there. It's acted as support once before. What the fuck? Alright. Could increase gas supplies to the east. Ooh, interesting. That won't be good for oil. Do you think you don't think all this negative price movement in GME will cap the next OPEX run pretty low? No. We're not even as low as we got in March. It's not just because of retail sales. This is way worse than that. This is the 2022 version of the Santa rally. Yeah, let's see how well 3,900 holds up. I kind of want to take some put profits here. Maybe I should close some. Three. Hmm. Does it just keep slipping though? Maybe. Futures at 39.32. don't know. Right. Got a fresh update on this. Yeah, 3,900 is just really strong. And the market maker is going to keep selling into falling prices. Below 3,900 is pretty weak. So I don't see how we see any upside right now unless we see a sell-off at 3,900, which would require us dropping probably a little bit below it. I don't know how much of that is 0 DT positioning though. 12/15 expiration. Just super fucking bearish, right? Yeah. Well, 16. Well, the good news is most of the negative gamma on the chain expires tomorrow. That's interesting. Fuck, that's like almost all of it. Ooh. Bullish. Just slap some stops on him and forget about him. Yeah, probably. Do you have any data coming out for the rest of today? Retail inventories are shit. Capacity utilization. 8-week bill auction at 11:30. 4-week bill auction at 11:30. And then nothing till 4 p.m. Tomorrow morning we have S&P PMI flash report for December. Next week's pretty much all housing data and some jobless claims. Personal spending next week. Next Friday. So not a lot. Oh yeah, that's done. $38.93. Fuck. Now I kind of want to sell my longer dated puts too. I'm sort of about to slip Vega neutral. It's pretty close. I don't know how much Vega's neutrals moved throughout the day, but I'm sure it's moved a little bit. You put multiple contracts in a stock and close those out at the same time. Are they counted as one day trade or multiple? Feel free to chime in. Anyone? It should just be one. Time to play Forex? Alternatively, stop buying the farthest out of the money strike that you can feasibly find, Popcorn Trader. I think this is where your problem lies. You try to buy contracts that have little to no delta. I don't know what your aversion to delta is. Negative gamma expires for SPX. Yeah, tomorrow. Most of the negative gamma at 3950 and 3900 expires tomorrow. You can just look at there's like macroeconomic calendars that have all the, just look up economic calendar and there's a bunch of websites that have them. Isn't it more likely for Upstart to implement a share buyback if the price keeps getting drilled downward? Well, yeah. Can you smell a popcorn trader is cooking, Gorg? It's bankruptcy. I'm buying more puts here. We're breaking an important trend. We're coming very close, yeah. I agree. I wouldn't get short dated theta on them though. A lot of today's downward price action is being driven by very short dated puts. And we know how that plays out. Do you not sort contracts descending by highest strike on your brokerage? No? I took a flight on Delta once and they delayed the flight 3 times and canceled it and rebooked me 2 days later. So now I hate all forms of Delta. Oh, I see. Delta sounds too much like Docu to him. Is Docu pulling back today? I kind of want to get some more positions on that. Who the fuck is it? Down 4% today? Maybe if it hits 55. Hmm. What if it doesn't hit 55 though? What's Gamma Max on Docu? $78? Huh. So maybe today it slips down to 52, bounce on Delta neutral. F for GMA. It's on sale. Aren't you guys bullish? I miss the days of people actually buying the dip instead of just whining about it. Is there a reason why Jimmy ran at 10 a.m. today when the rest of the market was flat? Probably. I don't know if the rest of the market was flat. It kind of bounced up with the SPX a little. It kept going though. Might have picked up some steam from the hedge. Is Fubo dead? I'm not bullish. I'm feeling rough. No, it's cheap. So many people bearish in the Discord. Yeah. What's gamma max of a firm? I don't know if I track it. Think we do? That can't be right. $20? Maybe it is. That doesn't seem that excessive. Firm's looking kind of bullish, but with a bit of a sell-off yesterday. That's kind of nice. $15 days for SPX to hit 4,000, or I roll down to 39.25. I eat up so much of my profits though. Docu down 4%. Ha 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 ha. Dude, what the fuck, man? It's up. Even down 4%, it's up 37% from when it was a pickles pick. At the peak yesterday, it was up 50%. You're not winning with your bearishness. Everybody wants Jimmy on sale until it actually goes on sale. Yeah, I know, right? We're at like what, 280-day lows right now? Tool 23 Tesla 165 calls. Plan on selling before end of day tomorrow. Thoughts? 165s. I say I don't necessarily hate it, but without a turnaround on the market, those aren't going to print. Jimmy, $20 CSPs and $25 CSPs. Woof. Nice. The correlation between a firm and upstart you shared yesterday is interesting, particularly since a firm is very easy to short. We've seen a lot of the same like options positioning shit happen on both stocks. Remind everyone we're in a bear market. Majority of things will be going down. Did you really time me out for hating on Docu? No, Carl might have though. Yeah, Carl did. Also, what even is a pickles pick? It's just a picture of my pickle. You know this. I'm bullish today. SPX is gonna pop. I'm full porting into calls. Oh Jesus. Yeah, I don't know if that's true, man. There's a lot of 0DT short interest right now. We might see some capitulation, but I don't think it's gonna be a lot. Like 39.50 seems out of reach. Jimmy isn't on sale. Try to make money to prep, lose money instead. Jimmy goes on sale, capitulate. When Jimmy does this, do you want for it to consolidate and Ivy to cool or earlier? I'd like to see Ivy pick up, but Ivy has, I mean, very, very slowly picked up. It's up like, it was up like 1% today, 1% yesterday, 1%. The intraday Ivy has been spiking earlier in the day, and then it's been being crushed into close. Book heat index has many, many bets lower on SPX here today. Yeah, I mean, eventually some people are going to take some profits, right? But I don't think they're going to do that unless they get pressured a little bit. And right now there's no pressure. Who's banning who? I wonder if you talked about end phase. Its chart is crazy. I'm wondering if you talked about how overvalued it is. Yeah, I have. Most of like the like solar energy companies are super overvalued right now because of the like the Inflation Reduction Act. Um, they're probably all decent shorts. Like Enphase, FSLR. Tell mods to ban Baradactyl. Never. Bipolar Bear. Okay. Tanksimus. Some days. Why don't you play zero DTE puts like you do calls? I do sometimes. I prefer longer dated put positions. It generally takes them longer to be realized on indexes. I'm not as big a fan. Sometimes they're good. I played some yesterday and the day before. What is in reach on SPX then? I could see it popping maybe back to like 39.25. Above that would need a massive amount of short side capitulation, which some of them are just too far in the money today. They're not gonna close until expiration. 39.20? Yeah, like that range. 39.20, 39.25 is possible. I know you're familiar with Wyckoff. Looking at Fubo, aren't we just in a spring right now? Yeah, Fubo's Wyckoff, like, if you do the Wyckoff analysis on Fubo, it looks like it's going through accumulation. It looks good. People are just dissuaded by prices dropping. But prices dropping is generally just a good time to buy more. If the company's not going out of business and growth and profitability are still on the table. The pre-market drop was caused by JPOW's counterpart. She said the market is vastly underestimating how high we are going to have to raise rates. And then Europe and US futures sold off. Who's JPOW's counterpart? Like one of the other Fed presidents? Who even fucking spoke today? I thought you said $20 was the upstart floor like 2 months ago. It hasn't been the $20 resistance. I don't even think we've seen $20 since earnings or just after earnings. From like September through, well, through or up to earnings in November, 20 was a really solid floor. I sold a lot of CSPs at $20. Popcorn Trader is about to get it from Carlo. Because your barbecue is dry and flavorless. Does nobody own a single fucking put? Yeah, there is down pressure on SPX. Thinking SPX pops at the start of next week then. I have 40 calls for my straddle dated for Jan 20. I was gonna wait until next week to close. I have 4,000 calls for my straddle still open right now. Not for Jan, but for December 30th. I'm probably gonna keep them open into next week. I think that's the best plan, at least for now. So risk is the upside, and safe trade is 1 to 3 week SPX puts. Got it. Yeah, more theta on the put side. I think. I mean, like we're nearing where I expected us to go, right? Here I can probably. I think we're realizing a little bit of it too soon. And we probably have maybe one more test of the upside here. Going into maybe the end of the year. Today's sell-off's kind of extreme, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if we see maybe one more decent rally. But then I expect we'll see some sell-offs into the end of the year, right? And then probably more as economic data is released. I'd worry about this period kind of here towards the end of January, middle of January, as the next CPI report comes out. And if we get 3 consecutive reports showing cooling, there's probably going to be a little sentiment shift around that period. So I don't think it's unreasonable to think that we could like fall through and fill that gap. Maybe even down to like the 3750 level. And then cooling could trade us back up. Like cool CPI. But then, you know, the next Fed decision um could just bring us right back down again. If they're not gonna, you know, pull back their increases, right? Although, you know, JFresh did indicate yesterday that or JPow did indicate yesterday that if they continue to see cooling, that will change their expectations. But we'll see how that goes, obviously, as we get closer to it. But yeah, I would still say, and then after that, we're gonna start running into those like Q4 earnings, and these I expect to be extremely bearish. And that's where I'm targeting the bigger moves to the downside. Starting to feel like everything's super oversold today, even though there's still a ton of put interest beneath us. It's not really helping with the momentum much. Really a loss for how bearish the Fed is being. Disinflation is accelerating. It's not linear. I know, I understand that. I think they're I think they're most worried about inflation picking up volatility again. Remember, we're always like one, you know, new development in Ukraine or one China invading Taiwan away from another massive supply chain issue, right? Like there's so much political instability right now that I kind of understand a desire to just continue to be super aggressive during this period. Not sure if this has been asked, but why did Gamma Max jump so much overnight on Upstart? More calls? Well, the rate hikes are going to have a compounding effect, Jim Johns. Jimmy Jonas? We're probably going to start to see that realized in margins. Um, too many companies writing too much free debt. What's up, D Engineer? Aren't quarter four earnings reports before the next Fed meeting? When's the next Fed meeting scheduled for? Some of them will be. The next Fed interest rate decision's on February 1st. So I think some amount of earnings will be in by then. We see market back at all-time highs. 2 years, 5, probably more than 5. We haven't hit a bottom yet on the market. We're still gonna go down probably quite a bit more. Shares returned is generally a good sign, yeah. It'll take like probably close to a decade to get all those fabs up and running in the US. We're starting the shift to, well, we're starting to bring that, like, reshoring that manufacturing, but it's going to take a while. A note about political instability. Your employer BlackRock said they're expecting a new world order of disconnected world. Thoughts? Probably, yeah. I could see a. I mean, we're already seeing a significant amount of um, international trade get pulled back, and we're seeing the, especially in the U.S., we're seeing a lot of reshoring of manufacturing. They're trying to bring all of that economic reach back into the U.S. It's going to take a really long time, but that's definitely the trend. So yeah, a lot more isolation, like pre-World War One. I bought Amazon 90Ps yesterday at close and sold them today at open. Up 50%. Loving the consistency of these SLD periods. Thanks for all you pickle brother. Yeah, no problem, man. I think this SLD is a bit beyond my expectations, but thankfully I had a bunch of puts, so I'm a little bit covered. I would have rather have had more. Is this negative pressure on GME bullish in your opinion for OPEX? I mean, I don't think it really affects OPEX, at least for us. It's bullish in the based on the fact that it allows people to buy shares and contracts are super fucking cheap, right? But outside of that, I don't really think it makes a difference. It's good to see us get shorted this hard. It's generally a leading indicator. There's a chance that we get another NOPEX to really crush retail morale when all signs are pointing to another run. It can be very effective. How do you feel about XRP? Like like Ripple? It'll probably pump whenever the SEC shit is over. How would you play China invading Taiwan? Yang. I don't think they're going to, but talking about pre-World War One markets, today must be a good day. Are you still bullish on GME, Upstart, Fubo, Rev, Dole, Docu, and HCP? Yeah. Is even though prices have dropped today on, well, probably most of those, yeah, I'm still pretty bullish on them. I'm not gonna lie, I've taken most of my profits from Docu already. I still have some calls, but not very many. Giants from JPAL yesterday. Are you full porting into far dated puts yet? Not yet. I think the news is in, and these levels can't be sustained. Thoughts? Probably true, but I think it'll take some time for positioning to build up sufficiently for us to drop further. Right now, there's just not enough leverage to the downside, and it's not far enough dated. But I agree. The top could very well be in. The first test, it was questionable. The second one, it's looking a little worse, right? GME definitely takes the cake for having the spiciest OPEXs. OPEX is never a guarantee. It's massively risky, always. SLD is always before OPEX. OPEX is always after the Friday, following SLD. I would say last chance for Pickles Pick runs or next week with OPEX. What what OPEX picks did I have for Pickles Picks? Why is everyone so sad? Rev is ripping. What? Rev is not ripping. It's fucking down 8% today. I'm getting the feeling the chat bought weeklies again with them being bearish. JFresh has his chains on, so it's time to go full bull. I don't know. I just ignore chat's sentiment. Update on SPX. I don't think we have another one yet. Maybe 11:48. Oh. So some puts are selling off to the downside. Yeah, so we have a little bit of put capitulation. 3,900 selling off pretty hard, but that's not being realized yet, which is kind of interesting. 3,950 isn't budging. Gamma flips now down to 3,932. Did XRP reach Bitcoin prices? No. Definitely not anytime soon. I'd probably answer this, but do you think we'd see an SPX bounce end of day once SLD is wrapping up, or are we just bottoming out? We're kind of bottoming out right now. We're starting to see a little bit of short capitulation near the money. That could be bullish into the midday, but I think overall our trend is pretty bearish and it'll probably continue to be bearish into tomorrow. Carl, stop timing everyone out. With regards to Renko blocks, how come the projection down bars are sometimes in the positive direction and vice versa for the projection up bars in the negative direction? Just sometimes. Are you using average true range to calculate the blocks? Or the like predefined absolute values? I think that might just have to do with how TradingView displays them, but 5. I just never have puts. Is this bad? Probably. Assuming markets are only going to go up in a bear market seems like a terrible idea. It's 30 calendar days. Yeah, so 30 calendar days from November 18th. Which puts us on like Monday. 39.50 is already capitulated. I'm not seeing a significant sell-off in 39.50, like at the 39.50 level at all. You mean on the call side? Yeah, they have pretty significantly. They're actually starting to close out the 0 DTE 39.50s, but tomorrow's expiration's very much still open. Jesus, the SPX Kex is so wild right now. BBIG isn't my favorite stock to hate. It's just one of many. Man keeps asking if she should pull her money out of her account. Little does she know she's fully leveraged in Upstart and GME with no liquid capital to pull. Dear God. Besides GME, are there any stocks you like to sell CCs on? I sell CCs on most of my like long-term holdings. Amazon's getting close to my buy-in again. I wonder if I should sell more CSPs on it. Probably not. Projection up bars and projection down bars are the terms that settings, gear, and TV use. Yeah, it might be like just the like average true range calculation is like off before the brick closes. Do you see us hitting Upstart Gamma Max anytime soon? I mean, if we're gonna hit it, it would probably be next week. How can no run next week be explained? Crime? No. No run next week would mean that obligations are not sufficient to produce a run. There's no more deferral. There's nothing. Just dead. The only reason I'm not out of OPEX entirely at this point is because the liquidity remained unresolved. But if they can leave it unresolved for longer than a quarter, then there's no more playing the resolution of it, right? Not from the long side. The only way to play the resolution of it from that point on uh, would be the short side, like shorting volatility at the top. If this is the start of the next leg down, I think you can get Amazon way cheaper than your current target. Possibly. Depending on Amazon earnings for quarter four. It's just one of my DCA targets, though, for Amazon. It's not the only one. Well, I mean, when you sell a covered call, your total equity can drop. It depends on the type of margin account you have. SPX breaking up? Is it? Not really. It's reversing a bit. How likely is not enough obligations given the liquidity chart? And the liquidity chart looks super fucking bullish. The realization of liquidity returning to a mean in the past has always been very good, obviously, from the points that it was trading at, but that doesn't necessarily mean that will be true in the future, right? That's the risk. Using historic data to predict future price action is a very dangerous game. Would you sell CCs next week then, or would you wait for the week after? Multiple T+2 deferment with holidays. That would depend on price action. Do you think we see a spike or run in Jan like last year? Depends on if we see XRT get listed on Reg Show again or not. Well, they're not useless, but just because something's happening doesn't mean that there's going to be a realization of it, right? They don't have infinite money, they have a lot of money. The future is never fully predictable, right? You can do your best to analyze the data, and you have to use that to make interpretations about what's going to happen in the future, but that doesn't mean that the future is going to happen the way you predict it. The market is a chaotic system, so any prediction made on the market inherently changes the outcome of all possibilities, right? You say something motivational since everything is dipping and we're all sad. Yeah, sure. I don't give a fuck that everyone's sad. Fucking deal with it or don't. I really don't care at this point. I've had too many of these fucking periods where everyone just spends all the time whining and then they don't make any money when it does move and they don't make any money when it doesn't. Fucking pores. Yeah. Who's sad? My puts are happy as fuck. People who don't buy puts. I didn't say anything bearish about Upstart. I'm not bearish on Upstart. I have a fucking giant stack of calls. No, I won't have more money than Ken Griffin if Upstart goes parabolic. I can see XRP at 3 to 5K a coin in the next few years. It gets widely adopted. Ugh. I don't know about that. It seems excessive. People saw Bitcoin at 100K end of 2021. Look where that got them. If you aim for 20% and not 200% every time, people will be happier. But they always aim for 200% because they get so depressed right before that they inverse that sadness and depression by being greedy as fuck during, right? Did Upstart reach 1K if it's... Why even ask that? What's the point? Like, yes, theoretically, a short squeeze of, 30% of the float could drive the price up to unbelievable levels. But why ask that? What do you? That's never gonna fucking happen. Not in a million years. So what motivates asking that question? Here's what'll probably happen to Upstart. It'll probably run a little bit. Maybe it'll run 10 to 15% above Gamma Max, and then it fucking will drop like a rock because retail traders don't have enough money to pump the ramp hard enough to stop the shorts from smashing the price back down. And the higher it goes, the more people want to short it. And even just talking about that is just it puts a segment of very emotional and inexperienced traders on like a further step back from where they already are because they spend the entire time sitting on their green calls thinking what if, and that's why they fucking lose so much goddamn money. What if it's my life's motto? I mean, the same thing happened in March. This is what happened in March on GME. Holy fuck, I hate this stock, right? GME is dead. That's May. Sorry. GME dead. OPEX is never happening again. Oh my fucking god, my covered calls. I'm buying weeklies because I missed the dip. Holy fuck, it's coming down. I'm selling my weeklies. I sold covered calls, but now I'm scared. I never should have bought back my covered calls. And then here in May, I'll get them on the next one. And then that process repeats itself over and over and over again, no matter how many of these we have. Just don't repeat the same shit every time. More importantly, you have hundreds of GME calls now. Any could buy calls at a better price than you did. That is huge. Yeah, that's a good deal. If you have a thesis and you have a plan and you believe in it enough to put money in the market to bet on your thesis, then the least you could do is see it through. My entire plan revolves around panic. I know, popcorn trader. Will this be summarized in the book? He teaches bag holding. Gherkin, not trying to be a dick, but a lot of that sentiment you just described about GME and that flowchart probably isn't genuine. It doesn't matter though, right? It's a lot of it is, right? And if it isn't genuine, right? People bandwagon it, so it becomes genuine. So even if there are shills infiltrating the community and spreading negative sentiment right before every run, right? Even if that were to be true, why believe it? Why the fuck would something someone says on the internet change your opinion about what you're doing with your money? If you want to make money in the market, you have to take risk. You either take a little or you take a lot. The choice is ultimately up to you. Playing OPEXs is taking a lot of risk. Because and it's worth it for some people because the reward potential is also really high. But so is the loss potential. Right? That's the risk part of risk reward. Many times I've considered that the worst thing for investors is talking to each other. That's why back when I still thought that there was a potential for MOASS, I was gonna shut everything down because there, during a run when people are profitable and things are going the way they should be going, the worst thing in the world you can fucking do is ask someone else's opinion on it. Even worse, listen to someone else's opinion. Most of the people in the public chat on the Discord are some of the most uninformed investors I've ever met in my life. They are they are no better than Super Stonk or anything else. And yeah, I know this is my own community. Most of them are Super Stonk, especially as we get close to like critical moments like this. How much would IV spike? What would it be on SPX SPY on the next leg down? Is there a historical precedent? Ah, it's hard to say. It depends on how fast we move down. If there's a crash, IV will go sky high. Some people are, but I notice the people that are more informed participate less in the chat. Yeah, unfortunately, my personality and I encourage the shit posting, so part of that is my fault. But yes, the Discord is massively full of trolls. They may be the only people left besides the super stalkers that come in to go, oh, look, you guys are playing another NoPax. I DRS'd my shares. Don't forget that the guy who's telling you that has a fucking $65 cost basis and owns 3 shares of the stock. How 3? They sold all their shares going into the split thinking they'd still get the dividend. Then they bought at the peak of August ETF FTDs because they thought they were going to miss MOASS. Dude, not cool. I told you that position in confidence. Yeah, irony doesn't translate well on the internet. And what you do by doing that, by making light of it. And I understand it's tough. Trading the markets isn't easy. It's super stressful and people need a way to vent, right? And that's why I largely don't moderate like the public discords heavily, right? But remember, uninformed, even more uninformed investors are coming in and seeing that, and that affects how they perceive the markets, how they perceive their positions. So you're doing more damage than good. Are you gonna one day stop trading GME and Upstart and just do SPX? It seems like you'd crush that. Probably. So why not moderate the discords? Because then you just get a bunch of drama, right? Like you start timing people out for talking shit, and they're like, "I got timed out for talking shit," and that adds validity to the bullshit they're saying, right? Because everyone's so fucking conspiratorial. Just popping in to say hello and let y'all know I started to DRS my white, and I have never felt better. That's amazing, Kendra. I'm so proud of you. Are you doing it like direct deposit? Is it just a constant monthly order? Or are you driving down to Computer Share and putting it in their letterbox personally? Everyone in here and on the Discord is a bot anyway. You've been talking to yourself for 2 years. I know. It's the third Friday of every month. Some of them are bigger due to being quad witching dates, or triple witching, and then the rest are smaller. But yes, it's the monthly expiration for options contracts. Composite man disorder is a very real trading disease. Emergency exit is probably the worst thing to have happened to the Discord. He definitely is emergency exit. That was beautifully said and drawn. Good show, Pickle. Thanks, Big Maple Tree. Here's what I don't get. The people are asking me when run, when they know the dates, right? Or is this no packs? Why the fuck are you buying calls? If you're not confident, why do you have a position? That blows my mind. If I don't like something or I'm not confident in it, I sure as fuck don't buy any of it. I'm not like, well, I'm gonna buy some against my own analysis and belief, and then I'm gonna complain about owning it. What? Yeah, you don't see Popcorn Trader buying Docu no matter how many times it runs up and he misses out. I didn't buy MMTLP at $1. I definitely would have sold it at 12, but I didn't buy it at $1, right? Because I was like, I don't like that. I think it's a scam. Sometimes scams are still 1000% gains. Options are bad, Girk. I dearest my white once and a beautiful Eastern European girl who I love dearly. 9 months later, a small version of me popped up, and I have to feed it and care for it and the girl I loved is a vicious sea hag, and I wince whenever I see her. Do not DRS your white. I love it. I've been watching for over a year now. Never cooed or ko-fied for the knowledge I've gained watching your streams daily. Here's a little something for your effort and patience from one of the poors. Happy holidays. Thank you so much, Lemon Pepper. I really appreciate it. Happy holidays, man. And the worst part about this is you guys get like this, and then I buy more calls. Like spite buying more calls. And that doesn't always work out great for me. So, you know, just fucking wait it out. That's all you can do, right? You bought in. You're waiting to see what happens. You know the fucking time frame in which something could occur. There's no confusion. I say it 1,000 times a day. So take all those feelings and those emotions, bottle them up like an adult. And fucking keep your shit together for a few more days. I definitely didn't buy Wetzel's pretzels at 160. Wait, what? When the fuck was a Wetzel's pretzels $160? All I know is if next week we run and I don't have "It's Beginning to Look Like Making White for Christmas" as a song, I'm gonna be really fucking upset. One time Freg left to DRS as white. We've never heard from him again. I don't know. Maybe he just went too hard. There was that cry for help that we got a couple weeks ago, but I've been unable to locate him. I have a particular set of skills, but none of it involves finding kidnapped frogs. Some guy at the mall said he'd give me a good deal. I think I got ripped off. We have 2 more days of Schulte trading before this thing turns around, and pults are same as shares. Thank you, Pulte. Member stream is definitely going to be members only this week. You know it's not. It's the week before OPEX. I have to answer everyone's questions about what day we might run on. Is it going to be T+1, T+2, T+3? Why is Wednesday part of T+2? That's been the hardest thing to explain to people in all of this, is that Wednesday is also T+2. I don't know if there's a law against kidnapping frogs. We might not have any legal recourse. To be honest, I'm shocked you stream from Thursday through Wednesday during OPEX. I know. I don't mind answering the questions. I don't want it to seem like that, but I do mind the way people get, like, the psychology that becomes so pervasive through anything, any like big play where people have some risk. The best way to avoid risk is to just not put your money at risk. And if you're going to, at least internally, have a good fucking reason for doing it. If they kidnap me, Gurk would be like, thank fuck, he's gone. But where would I get FTD charts? I'd have to, like, use Excel myself. Ugh. Hey Gurk, any plans for your Christmas special? I'm assuming you already have it planned to be in claymation and it has a musical guest, Michael Bublé. I don't know if we're gonna be able to book him. The holiday season's really tight for that guy. But I think it's between us and a homeowners association in Southern California. So, fingers crossed. Don't you have a forklift to drive? Emergency exit? What time frame would you be looking at for buying puts at the top of an OPEX run? 2 months out, one. If you're gonna try to buy puts on an OPEX run, you need to buy puts that are in the money. Okay, this is the best way to do it. I realize people aren't going to choose the best way, but the best way to do it is to buy puts that are in the money, so you limit extrinsic value exposure and very far dated. like 180 DTE. And you can buy one of those for like every 120 shares you own. But like 0.7, 0.8 delta, 0.6 is borderline. It's okay because the delta will go up on it a little bit, but you're still paying for some extrinsic value there. Scared money don't make money. No, it doesn't. Atomic can make them. It's true, but he probably also hates Excel. I risked all my money and now I have none. So go make more instead of spending your day talking in a YouTube stream and your nights talking on Discord. Sometimes you blow up a port and you gotta go refill it. He's not forklift certified. He doesn't want to pay the $100 for certification. Quadruple down on the 39.45 to get out. We'll see. We have another OI update? Yeah, we do. Give me a second. I want to see if this is looking. It's the price action's starting to look a little better, but I'm not sure the options are. Actually, you know what? If we can break up through 3900 again, which we've got to be close, right? Yeah, so if we can start to push up here and we get a little bit of momentum. Gamma's pretty flat up to 3950. It's not great, but it's fairly flat. 3925 is a bit rough still. Past 3925, we'd hit the gamma flip point. That's as of 1228. I don't know how much capitulation we'd get from a move to 3925. I don't know if it'd be enough. It's probably risky to bet on something higher than 3925, and only that if we see a. I mean, you can't really confirm till a break of like 3903. I don't like this setup very much, if I'm being honest. How's futures doing? Still shit. Yeah. Maybe this needs to be a little smoother. There we go. I've commented more today than I ever have. It's exhausting. To sum it up, pigeon wheels are elite, and chat made me buy calls for OPEX. Also, our Dan's same like computer share for white. You're the best. Thanks. Thanks, Costellosaurus. I appreciate it. Sorry, I'm not super on top of the chat. Are Dan's same like computer share for white? Possibly, yeah. I mean, you can always make deposits with your local Dan's. Ken Griffin offers you 100 grand to speak at the next company town hall. 60-minute presentation. Are you accepting the offer? What company town hall? That's a really long presentation for 100 grand. Probably. Mostly because I just want to hang out with him for a bit. Shoot the shit. See what he's up to. Asking about insuring the whole market by shorting volatility. Will you add Fubo and or Nvidia puts soon? I might start adding some more Nvidia puts next couple weeks. Probably after next week. I'll start to pick up my purchase of those. Netflix getting smashed through 290. Everything's getting fucking smashed today. $290 is not a very strong support either, believe it or not. Ooh, Netflix had some bearish news this morning too. Advertisers take their money back after missing viewership targets. Ooh. Since getting forklift certified, I've grown at least an inch and a quarter, and PTO requests are approved without even submitting a form. That's called being fired. $20,000 leagues under my cost basis. The Dans dry out the white they collect, so they have dry powder for weeklies. Yes. Nice, Stefan. That's on my Fidelity contingent order. If Jamie goes up past 3450, sell a Feb 35cc at market. I can't wrap my mind around placing a trailing stop loss on a sell to open. That doesn't seem like a terrible contingent order. Feb 35cc. Yeah, that's not awful. Hey Trina, how you doing? Long time no see. GMA borrowed shares question. Borrowed shares used to be obviously predictable, i.e. shares available goes down, GMA price goes down. Last week and today it seems the opposite. Share up, price down. I mean, we ran pretty hard earlier, right? Like this. This couldn't have been them returning shares or buying back shares. Generally, them returning shares is pretty bullish. It'd be funny if he's like, yeah, I really fucked the shorts. I don't know why retail hates me. He's just like, did you see what I did to Melvin? News of uranium long-term contract secured yesterday. Yeah, this is the second time that URG's been brought up. I don't have any. I have uranium exposure, but not there. They're getting expansions, but how much like uranium are they prepared to get out of the ground? Because it looks like they have no money and no equity to capitalize on. You know what I mean? Let's fix in the money puts this afternoon, tomorrow morning. Near the money calls late tomorrow afternoon. Thoughts? In the money puts this afternoon and tomorrow morning. Near the money calls late tomorrow afternoon. You know, the SPX and futures are both holding pretty strong at this level, and there's a lot of there's a lot of bearish positioning below us, and we're not dropping, which indicates that there's some long build up. I don't know when that's going to be realized, obviously, but there is definitely some. So maybe not worth playing any more downside. I'm thinking about closing my puts, or at least a good chunk of my in the money puts. I don't like trying to play the latter half of the day spike on SPX though. Remember, the options are cash settled, so in the money puts have no reason to close, right? Especially if they have no theta left. Just began wheeling Friday as my second set of expirations. Everything broke supports now. I'm buying thousands of Fubo Upstart GME. I'm either buying the dip or loading up on more discount bags than a counterfeit Versace store. You can roll, right? The best ways you can differentiate chop from an early trend. Well, in chop trends form, right? So, we're seeing some trend form here. It's weak, right? But we had this trend that persisted for a little bit. We fell through, and then we might be finding, continued support, like, well, kind of like in that range, at least for now. This could drop further. There's some room on it, right? But this support at 38.93 has some precedent on the near term, right? And so if we find support here, and the trend picks up a little more strength, they build on top of each other. And then those trends will start to build on longer time frames as they become stronger and stronger. Um, but identifying those trends in their earliest stages is very, very profitable. Was Fubo going sub $2? I hope not. That would suck. I guess I could buy more, but probably not. Now be a good time to buy those 2,000 shares of GME. I'm just saying. It's pretty close. I'm thinking about it. I do have CSPs out, although I'm probably not going to get assigned on them. Which Greek is most important when buying a call for volatility plays? Vega. Vega. You want high Vega, low delta exposure. Which means you need to have a call that's fairly far out of the money, but not too far out of the money. And very far dated. The further dated, the better. So there's two things that increase Vega, right? Either proximity to the money. So Vega is, higher here and then drops off as you get further away from the money. Or theta. Theta increases Vega. So the more theta you have, the higher your Vega. It's the same like delta, right? If you look at like a 2024 leap, I'll just show you guys. So like here's GME, right? You look at a Jan, like a Jan, let's say at the money, 21, 25. Well, I don't think that strike's open. So let's look at 25. 25 has 0.34 delta on the 36 DTE, right? And if you go out to Jan 2024, the 25 has 0.56 delta, right? Same for Vega. So so you want like a really long date, like far dated call, because then you get higher Vega values further out of the money. So here you can get like say the $100 strike, you can get 0.048 Vega, right? Versus, you know, where Vega would be the highest on the chain, which is like at the money, right? And that's like, so these are like point zeros. Well, these are a bad example because they're weekly. But let's look at the January. Right here, it's like 0.02 Vega at the money. But if you look at $100 strike for 36 DT, it's 0.0038. Right, so it's 10 times less Vega. So I hope that makes sense. And by doing that, you can expose yourself to, well, Vega's your multiplier on volatility, right? But you get to buy contracts that are more exposed to increases in IV due to their position in the smile, right? Because remember, for IV, you know, at the money, IV is the lowest, right? And then the further out of the money you get, IV increases. And the rate of change in IV also increases. So, you know, like something that's sitting on like 200% IV right now, with at the money IV being like 106%, right? This can, if this goes up 40, you know, this is going to go up like 80%, right? And then by having that Vega, you have a better multiplier on the increase in implied volatility. It depends. IV smiles can be skewed. They can be like a smirk. That depends on positioning. I appreciate what you said yesterday. Wait until Friday afternoon to roll so you bleed away as much theta as possible. Yeah, I mean you're bleeding away theta on the contract that you want to roll to as well, but you can end up in a position where you're not going to be assigned, right? Yeah, you can roll that way also. I mean that's kind of like repositioning. Like if you're an institution and you're massively short something, right? You would first buy the put contracts that you want to move your position to, right? And then you would close your nearer dated put contracts, right? Because then you would keep the price from spiking. Pretzels Pretzels is a joke from a cartoon, Inside Job. Making White is a joke from a podcast, Your Mom's House. These shows are insanely funny. I saw Inside Job. I didn't think it was very funny. I've never heard the podcast though. Yeah, Wetzel's Pretzels is definitely a joke from it being one of the basket stocks. So that far out, harder to fill because OI, right? No, not necessarily. Like Jan 2024 OI on out of the money calls on Jimmy isn't that bad. There's some strikes that have decent OI. I know everyone likes to hear about your thoughts on trading, but you, sir, are a macro god. I love hearing your insights on the overall economy. Thanks. I mean, it's not really my primary focus, but I pay attention to it. You seem more relaxed after your rant. People seem less whiny after my rant. So, rant successful. How do you know when IV is considered high for a contract? Do you just understand from trading for so long? I mean, that helps, but yes, you can look at historical IV. If you trade something for a long enough period of time, you lived through the historical IV, right? So you kind of already have a feel for it. Like with GME, I know when IV is high versus when it's low. Think about that one long dated SPX put because it's all I can afford. Would you choose 3900p for March or May 3750p for the same price? Seems like if we get a big leg down before March, 3900p would profit a lot more. It won't actually. If we get a big leg down to like 3500, the 3750p would realize greater profits. Tesla 1DT is looking juicy right now. Maybe. I mean, Elon's done buying. It could bounce. Or done selling, rather. That Vega explanation was fantastic. Thanks. Yeah, no problem, man. Appreciate it. Any reason you're keeping your SPX calls? Well, they're not fucking worth anything now. They already got burned up in the drop. They're down like 95%. And we're gonna sell them for fucking 160 bucks. A bounce to 420 would put them at like a 40% loss, which is better than taking 100% loss. Sometimes your risk, especially on zero DTEs, is just the premium, right? Why is my IBKR SPX bid ask double my Fidelity bid ask? I have no idea. Kirk's rants have been known to improve price. They didn't today. Yeah, I'm gonna close some of my puts here. Playing 3900 0 DT wouldn't be bad here. Shouldn't we expect a pop when 0 DT sell off? Maybe. I'm just worried that like the 3925 and 3950 positions don't really have any reason to close out today, right? Like they just carry into close. So yeah, we might see 3900 again, I guess. I still don't love it, and we probably won't see it until maybe like another hour or so. I don't like that we like slip back below support here. Although a lot of the out of the money 0 DT puts have sold off because of the stagnation. There's still a lot of like in the money 0 DTs that probably aren't going anywhere, right? Testicles are expensive, man. Yeah, they are. Are you aware of Hazy's option strat? Not particularly. What's he doing? I know he's buying like $35 calls or something. This is where people say 385 is in play by puts. Rick sells puts and it runs up. I didn't. I only closed like 10 of the contracts. I don't know if 385's in play here, but it might be. Like ES isn't showing any signs of improvement. Nasdaq down 350 BPS. Minis are down 280. SPX is down 260. Russell and Dow aren't getting hammered as hard. Has today's Netflix action changed your predictions for January? Has the options chain on it changed based on bearish news and market downtrend today? Um, I'm out of my Netflix positions. Well, except for the weeklies I bought this morning. But I think Netflix already hit my target range. Yeah, Netflix already hit my target range from last week's pickle picks. I generally don't continue to hold, or at least I have stops if I hit my price target, which Netflix did hit that like 33.30 like 2 days ago. I don't hate finding support on the downside. I think call positioning on Netflix still looks pretty strong, but you're targeting a still a little bit lower range. The weeklies I bought this morning were just in case it bounced, but I would say it could still slip to like 282 before turning around. So maybe if you want to enter something longer at this point, that's probably a better price point to look at. Like the 281.17 to 282 283.50. On the options chart calculator, it really seems like the 3900p would profit a lot more than this 3750p if we get to 3500. Was there something I missed? You're just looking at notional increase in premium and not upfront premium paid. You're definitely not looking at percentage profit. Um, what was the date for this? March? So at a test of 3500 by late January, this contract goes up like 150% versus a 3900p, which at a test of 3500 only goes up 140%. The premium's higher, like the contract value is higher, but that's because the initial price of the contract is higher. Oh. So it was March 3100, 3900p. Oh, okay. March 31st. It's still the same deal. On that big of a drop, I mean, your initial upfront capital is significantly lower on the 3750p. The extra theta gives you a little bit more of a bump, I think. 120, 133, 130 versus 125, 124. So yeah, still a little more profitable. Percentage wise. You have a lot less risk with the 3900 and you're far more likely to go in the money sooner. Bro, they're shorting the fuck out of everything. I know. George Sherman have to disclose if he sold his GME shares? I think so. Doesn't he own like a fairly significant percentage? I mean, it's not like you can buy puts too. At least it's safe to say SLD is actually happening on time this month with this big drop. I mean, it happens on time most months. Everyone in the markets, I mean, the only reason we even see an effect from SLD, especially this big of an effect from SLD, is the market's A, super illiquid, and B, participants are massively over leveraged. I know he sold some shares at one point, right, NW? But not many, I don't think. I thought he hasn't really left the company. Doesn't he still have like a board adjacent position? Yeah, for taxes. Am I looking at the wrong thing, or May 3750s like 11K per contract? Should be March 3750s. 12,000. Grandpa Sherman has diamond hands. At what point is buying puts chasing now? Buying them at 39.90 once we stabilize. Now it's like almost a little less risky because the trend could accelerate. Hmm. Single 39.70 750s would be for May. I mean, the further out you go, the more you tighten up. But why May? That seems like a weird. I thought he said March 31st. Recession is assured with high rates extension. Recession, dude, we're already in one. Just because they don't want to call it that doesn't mean it's not there. Can you please go into some detail on how Renko noise cancellation charting technique? Yeah, I know you are. I don't care. Just keep going down it. They're just fucking candlesticks, man. They're not going to fix or solve the market for you, and they're probably not going to make you a lot more money. Although, as a counter argument, what would you say about the fact that the job market is so hot during this recession? I mean, a lot of people fucking retired. A lot of people work from home now. A lot of people started their own businesses. So, the amount of available labor has significantly shrunk. A lot of people just don't want to fucking work, and most of the issues with uh the number of jobs available is that no one wants to work them. Like no one wants to work at fucking McDonald's after spending 2 years inside their own house. for, you know, a wage that doesn't pay the bills, right? Yeah, and 1 million people died. More than 1 million people, but will you be adding Goose's Grinch Gurk to your Tinder profile? Not sure I've seen it yet. Hmm. The market dropping all the way until the AM puts expiration is desperately needed cash for shorts. They're gonna make sure it happens. I don't doubt it. That's why I don't want to close all my puts out yet. I would work for a few hours a week at McDonald's if they pay me $400 an hour. Am I part of the problem? I mean, McDonald's can pay you $400 an hour, but if they do, people are going to be paying $250 for Big Macs. How do you typically evaluate whether to when to close out your cover calls to avoid assignment? I mean, if they're out of the money, I don't care about assignment, right? Think you'll be streaming in 6 years? I'm gonna force my daughter to get a job at McDonald's and use her money to trade SPX during the day. I don't know, man. That's really far in the future. Are you full bear yet? I've been bear all along. But bear long term, bull short term. You gotta compartmentalize your emotions, Superman. It's healthy. If you can call 7.25 an hour and all the chicken nuggets you can eat underpaid, sign me up. I don't think you get free chicken nuggets when you work at McDonald's. Well, the previous CFOs for McDonald's was 3 blocks away from me. Why did he lose his job? I'm starting to think that you just get rid of the CFO when you want to do some shady shit. Like blindfolding your compliance officer. Fascinating guy. Gay guy. Started off as a regular McDonald's restaurant employee. Just kept getting promoted over and over during the McDonald's boom. They have their own, like, management training school. Is there significance specifically looking at cat in early November and late June? Gaps at 221, 223. Are those not filled? And they'll probably fill to the downside. What do you think about some wheat calls here? Let me see what the price on them looks like. They're a little bit up today. They're not awful. The nines aren't bad, but the spread is wide. Do you think McDonald's management school credits will transfer to Harvard? I know for a restaurant management, like, or hospitality management degree, their like internal school is actually considered quite good. They're well on their way to being the next McDonald's. I could see that. Calls are half the price of puts right now. They're very cheap. Sorry, as I'm sure you've been asked a ton today, but I'm holding IWM Jan calls about last week and again yesterday after the meeting. Do you still hold hope for a market bounce in the short term? I'm not sure how far out of the money you are, but if you have some theta, there might be some potential next week. Well, Jimmy gets some good price action when those in-the-money puts for this week's expiry start closing. If they close this week. They may not, they may just exercise them, right? Fuck Vanguard. You're so angry about not being able to buy puts today. Why don't you just wire transfer the money if you needed it right away? Assuming this OPEX plays out as we expect, what do we learn about OPEX schedules for the future? Well, we learned that holiday settlement is likely in most instances to be 30 days. Um we still don't learn which participant takes advantage of the holiday deferment. Um but we can expect holiday deferrals. Here's my problem with those though. Last November they still just covered, right? So you can't plan on a holiday deferment, but you can at least protect yourself a little bit in case there is one. It would add a lot of credence to the idea that, liquidity is mean reverting, and the realization of that is what drives price action on GME. Fidelity lets you use it right away. Open a Fidelity account, was able to use right away. $20,000 stuck in a Vanguard waiting for 7-day hold. Ouch. I mean, I have a Vanguard account and I barely use it for anything. I have some like dividend stocks in there that I don't sell covered calls on, and that's about it. Quickest break even on restaurant startup investment, 5 years or so per store. Pretty good. Did you buy more GME calls? I bought some a little earlier today, but not very many. I think I have most of what I want for the January contracts. Do you think they'll be able to push GME below 20? We'll find out. All that said, their dedication to be a classic pizza chain meant they missed out on a wild Fortnite partnership to actually sell boneless pizza. What the fuck is boneless pizza? You don't want to try to trade out of Vanguard. It's the worst. I sent you a Trump NFT. What the fuck am I going to do with that? How? You don't have my wallet. Was pleased to announce this signed a second-year multi-year uranium deal. Sales agreement with leading nuclear fuel company. New sales agreement calls for annual delivery of 300,000 pounds of uranium concentrates over a 5-year period. In 2024, sales are anticipated to be profitable. All-in cost bases are escalated annually from the initial pricing in 2024. The agreement also provides a 2029 commitment of 300,000 pounds starting no later than year end 2026. How do you hedge against getting liquidated? I mean, I hedge my portfolio with the VIX. Most of my positions and my holdings are long, right? And VIX is generally inverse price. Um, so I have a constant VIX position, like long VIX position, that I manage as a hedge to my portfolio. I have no idea what you're talking about. One of my Chinese friends' favorite trick question is, what's the best restaurant in the world? Most people say XYZ luxury answers. XYZ luxury restaurant. He says the answer is McDonald's and Cities and cites their sales stats. I mean, they're the most profitable restaurant, but their food is garbage. So found the tokenized swap on GMA. I got timed out. Does this mean I'm one of you now? I don't. Sure. It might have been Carl. I don't know who did it. McDonald's is actually a real estate company. Yes. Just rambling off December NOPEC stuff. Cool. I'm gonna get something to eat. I get to eat today. These are fucking worthless. No, I'm not getting McDonald's. That's disgusting. I'll just get something out of my refrigerator. I don't have any baked ZD. I'm not gonna make it either. Ooh! Are we gonna hit Vega neutral? I don't even know what's gonna happen if we hit Vega neutral. But it's exciting. I mean, generally in GME's case, it causes a significant amount of rehedging from the market maker and drives volume and volatility. Upstart, I have no idea. Damn. How long does it take to get cash for a sold kidney? How long will the Fubo downturn related to the DDoS on Wednesday continue? Or will it wait until the investigation continues? I don't think Fubo's price has anything to do with the DDoS attack on Wednesday. Did I sell what to Vanguard? SPX go back up now? I don't know. It's just stabilizing in like a shitty range again. It doesn't look particularly bullish. Maybe a little bit. Not yet, though. I don't think we're getting a sufficient amount of long build-up here. Say that drops at the same rate. Maybe about like 210. 210 to 230. Somewhere in that range. Any chance Fubo runs this OPEX? My calls are dead. It's got about as good a chance as everything else. I have no idea. I haven't really paid attention to what took Fubo's streaming service down the other day. Seems like articles published by short hedge funds. Because who the fuck would care otherwise? Jan 24,000 seems to be reasonable, or is it best to stay away from the long side altogether at this point? It's risky to try to play the long side at this point. Like, if you're in them already, there may be an opportunity to get out, but I probably wouldn't load up on something that far out of the money currently. They claim their network was overloaded, so if that's true, it's not a DDoS and it was something else. Maybe it's all the, like, the fat stack of new subscribers they've picked up and now lost. How old were you when you realized that your decision to reject the composite man was actually made for you by the composite man long before your birth? I refuse to be blind any longer. Oh, Jesus. Another one? You've only lost if you sell, Kenny B. I'm sort of day 34 if it's lowest volume. Is there something at T35? Maybe. Was yesterday during the Morocco France semifinal? I don't know if it was DDoS or malware. My conspiracy brain wants to think it was the shorts enlisting the help of hackers. Why have you changed your name? Alright. Well, are they up and running again? They did hire Mandia, which isn't the worst move they can make. I feel it's probably something worse than DDoS. Maybe. The composite man equals pickle financial pores chat. I feel like if the composite man's real, he's just confused all the time. Upstart shorts seem less intelligent than GME shorts. Thoughts? Hit VN and Moon? I don't know if we're gonna hit Vega neutral. It looks like the SPX is getting a little bit of a relief here from being oversold. All right, is that Dunkston or am I just losing my mind? Why are you gaslighting me, man? Why are short funds DDoSing Fubo? Why not? Hey Greg, I'm still waiting on the documents to be sent over for my quantum edition. Should I expect those soon? Yeah, DocuSign said they were gonna get them out to you in 24 to 48 hours. You should check your spam and your email, maybe? Your content's always been dope. I love the stream, man. Anyways, hit me back just to chat. Truly yours, your biggest fan, Composite Man. What do we got, turd? Tomorrow at 11:30 Eastern, Citron will live stream the 5 reasons GME buyers at these levels are suckers at this poker game. Stock back to $20 fast. We understand short interest better than you and we'll explain. Thank you to viewers for piece of shit feedback on the last live tweet. Wizard? We're not at 20 yet, though. And they were right in March already. Well, based off the post-split pricing. Pre-split, we're still trading at $80, right? So depending on how you want to view it, they've never been right or they've always been right. Schrodinger's short thesis. I withdraw my application formally. It's too late. By the way, you need to print out the documents from DocuSign, have them notarized, sign them, then upload them back through DocuSign for us to receive them on our end. No, but here's the part you don't understand about Docu, Popcorn Trader. They get paid for all of that. Contractually. Even if CapEx comes down next year, Docu's still getting paid. Why are some of our favorite stocks to use for margin? I'm thinking in a perfect world, I would load up on blue chips at the bottom next year, use the margin to sell CSPs on vols during recovery. Yeah, that's blue chips are best. I use Tesla. I use like a lot of my REIT holdings for margin. I don't have GME in an account where I can use it for margin, but if I needed to, I could transfer it. Popcorn Trader thinks he's short Docu by being long Adobe. Yeah, but little does he know, buying 50% out of the money options on Adobe that expire next week is not long on Adobe. No, they won't. Yeah, there was a lot of bureaucracy involved with my addition to the group. The part where Girk personally cavity searched me was the best. Yeah, you really did seem to enjoy the the security processing. But you know, no judgment. Do you ever sell CSP into OPEX? Yeah, frequently. I don't think I'm getting assigned on my GME CSPs, although I could be wrong. Interesting. I wonder I wonder if it's advantageous for them to get it below Vega neutral. Hmm. So if they get it to Vega neutral, Vega's neutral. So it's the point of volatility on the chain. So, hmm. So they're short Vega. Hold on, I'm trying to think of this. I'm trying to figure out how this would be advantageous. Well, if you're short a lot of Vega, right? You're selling you're negative a lot of Vega. And you can get Vega to the neutral point or below the neutral point. Then you create you get an opportunity to get out of your Vega short. So if you're negative Vega, Vega on the chain hits neutral. Market maker. But you sell Vega. You know what? I'm gonna sell some fucking CSPs here. Hmm. So if Vega is the price. So Vega neutral would be the best time to exit negative Vega positions, right? And so if we test Vega neutral, then synthetic shorts, well, not just synthetic shorts, anybody short variance could close. Rolling weekly puts to next week. More spreads. Is this for GME? Oh, okay. What do you think of this, Dork? If you're short variance and you can drive the stock down to Vega neutral, is it possible to keep it below Vega neutral long enough to begin exiting those positions? GME's still a little bit far away from Vega neutral. But Upstart, the push for Upstart to hit it right now is kind of interesting. Because the market's not really trending down very hard, but they're dumping whatever they've got into trying to hit Vega neutral. Makes sense. That's where volatility shorts would want to bail, right? Yeah, that's ideal. So Vega kind of acts like where think of it like I mean it's the point where like Vega on the chain is neutral, right? And so no volatility is really being generated. Um it kind of acts like a floor for the price. The play of the market maker is buying into rising Vega. Also, wouldn't Vega neutral go up? Well, Vega neutral has been going up. Since like December 2nd, it's more than doubled. I'm just trying to figure out what exactly the advantage that would be. Because there have been times in the past where they've shorted GME directly into Vega neutral, and it led to significant upside price improvement. Or the early runs last year and March, March hit Vega neutral. I don't think May did. May came kind of close. But on like March, fuck, was it March 14th or something like that? I think they shorted us into Vega neutral. Or we fell below it during after hours. Daily Runner model, Vega neutral's been going down. No, not on GME. I'm talking about on Upstart. But yeah, I know. I have the uh showing Vega neutral at 1379. I have Vega neutral at 1227. Interesting. I think if Vana neutral, that would be the point where Vega positions could close without spiking anything. What's that at? I mean, that's almost at the same price as Vega neutral. What's it, 1387? Hmm. Fuck. Hmm. Variance is a derivative based on the variance of price changes in the underlying asset. I don't know if we're gonna hit 48.59. I mean, Vega neutral could have moved throughout the day too. Well, it's a flip point, just like any other. I'm trying to think of the motivation to drive the price below Vega neutral. Why push so hard? Like, those are some pretty volumetric shorts, at least relative to the rest of the volume today on Upstart. T list. Well, the market maker would go net negative Vega on the underside of Vega neutral. Wouldn't the MM hedge being net negative Vega by buying Vega? They can add calls. Just get far out of the money calls, right? That means they would have to lower the price of calls to entice buyers. I mean, they have, right? I mean, Ivy's down pretty hard right now. Or raise the price to entice sellers. Hmm. I mean, you're hedging against the implied volatility of the underlying, right? So it's annoying. Vega neutral, the market maker should not be benefiting or losing from implied volatility changes. So they would change the skew between the volatility of calls and puts to entice sellers. Hmm. No, not DRS. Jesus Christ. I don't understand why they would want that unless they're going to flip from short to long vol and ride the MM wave up. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Can't even sell at the money 30-day $2 CCs on Fubo right now. This is boring. No, not the guy from Street Fighter. Hmm. Will you buy more Fubo? Maybe. SPX about to dump more. I don't know. It just found like a little floor here and there's an upside gap. Hmm. Not gonna lie, SPX doesn't really look much like it's gonna do anything. Possibly we start to see a little bit of put capitulation, but like I said, without upside pressure, why are they gonna close? Do you know if MTG 5th edition cards are worth anything? Oh, probably not. Maybe? I don't know. Is Ultra Deep in the money puts for Upstart moving Vega up or down? Those are... Hmm. Are you talking about the ones that closed? Or the ones that are rolling out into? How many of those they're buying? Hmm. It'd be really interesting if we hit it. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Can't buy more Fubo. Atomic already owns the float. He's got to be getting close. I know he has more shares than me. Algo is doing something 20 to 30 minutes before open. Yeah, they're digging for liquidity. They did that this morning on GME too. That's why it inversed the market. They had to wait until market open to get any reasonable liquidity to resolve arbitrage. Today we dropped to the range you marked on the chart. Are you confident that we will ever 4,000 again in the near term? So you get a last chance to load up enough puts before earnings big dump. We had two opportunities, was at 4,100, but was afraid rocket to 4,200. We might see like 4,000 again, maybe like 3,950. I don't think that's out of the question. To be fair, we've probably already hit it. I don't think so. Phase Clan, substantial data can survive. Forbes. Oh, I don't really know that much about that company. I know people were super into it for a while. They sell clothes or something. Why does TA work? Bias? Is that because you think our move away from it would be violent? Not necessarily right away, but possibly in T+2. I'll have to see how much VIG and neutral went up today on Upstart. You know, this value is yesterday's close, right? It's been increasing, but the rate of increase in it has been dropping off. Yeah, I don't like Coinbase very much. CSPs on it are a lot of money if you think Bitcoin's going to be fairly stable. Yo, I need to borrow 20 bucks. Long time no comment. How are my 390C FDs looking? Zero DTs. Not great right now. I don't know if we'll break above 3890. Like we seem kind of pinned here, right? I guess we're picking up a little bit of volatility, but we need more volume, and we probably won't see that until we get nearer to power hour. Who runs the Vega neutral calcs? It's automated now, but yeah, the cat. With Upstart now approaching VN, are you more bullish for it? Does this lower the chance of Upstart potentially hitting GM? No? And Tesla Vega neutral are pretty fucking rare on most stocks, but it generally leads to a significant amount of upside if the stock trades above its Vega neutral. Otherwise, if the stock's trading below its Vega neutral acts as like a resistance. So generally, things with more options interest will have like, I'm trying to think of something. We'll have like a Vega neutral that runs under the price. Let's see. I know Docu hit its Vega neutral at one point. It's always on the upside, right? I think Bobby hit Vega neutral for its run, but we have no. Oh no, we just have no values on it. Uh, the problem is our data only goes back to Jan for this, so I have to find something that kind of behaved a bit differently over the course of this year. Apple's just trading at its Vega neutral, or maybe slightly below it today. Tesla might be. Yeah, like Tesla hit its Vega neutral on November 22nd. Before that, I was nowhere near it. October 14th. Actually, I kind of just rode along Vega neutral from October 7th through the 14th. Maybe AMD. AMD might be a good. Oh. So AMD tested Vega neutral on like March 15th, the same time GME did. Fell below it on Jan 28th. Well, it was actually below it from Jan 24th through the 28th. Upside. Jimmy hasn't tested Vega neutral since March. And it only did it like a couple times last year too. But Vega neutral on GME is almost always below the trading price. What's interesting is on Upstart, Vega neutral just moved below the market price in, when was it? November 17th. Vega neutral crosses over below the market price. And it dropped off pretty hard. It went down like all the way to like $6 at one point, like right after earnings. All right, let's stop talking smart stocks. Odds I booty loop this year, maybe pretty good. Delta on Fubo December 23, 2.5 CSP is negative 0.75. Does that mean 75% chance of getting assigned? No. That means the buyer of the contract has a 75% chance of it going in the money. Yeah, it goes both ways, I guess. So you're selling. Wait, you're selling in the money? What's Fubo at right now? Oh, okay. So you'd be selling in the money. Yeah, it's a 75% chance of assignment. Sorry, mine's elsewhere right now. Let's stop talking smart stocks. Do you think we'll fall through a 52-week low of 1939 for GME this year? It's possible. We seem to have a lot of fucking support above $20. I just got in. What'd you all do to the market? It's absolutely wrecked. Since the Fed guidance is fairly neutral, do you think we could see a slow bleed on SPX until the end of SLD? Probably. We'll see. We'll see if this turns around. What's a good sign is that a significant amount of the put gamma on the chain for SPX above us, the in the money puts, are closing out today and tomorrow. So I think this downside is still relatively short lived. So there was a few things that got Bobby running. First, they started to roll the put wall, but they didn't roll it into a position that was as large, right? And then they began to close it because they weren't able to suppress the price sufficiently with the smaller put position. And then those puts began to start going in the money, or well, out of the money, um, as the price rose, and then that forced them to close everything. The market maker hedge flipped. The market maker started hedging all of the out of the money calls, right? Because the put to call ratio was extremely skewed towards the out of the money calls. And the price, rocketed up the chain as market makers hedged calls going into the money. What's interesting about like the Vega neutral test is I wonder if that's significant in the closing out of these like large put positions. I think it is. Like on GME, if we go back to where it actually hit Vega neutral, next couple days we see call delta rocket. Gamma max starts moving up. Market maker becomes negatively exposed to Vega after that point. So I don't know, I gotta think about this more. I'll leave off for the rest of the day. It's interesting though. Let's see you hold 5 GME 2125 P's expiring tomorrow. They're worth 50% that they were bought for, but based on Jimmy's last few days are now in the money. What are you doing there? I don't know, probably taking profits. GME is really not grinding much lower, right? We might get another drop out of it, but we might not. Shifts are showing 14 million deep in the money puts being hit at sold. Does anybody have that data from anywhere else? OG, do you have that? The Is that on Upstart or GME? Did I just straddle strangle SPX overnight? I mean, I wouldn't be straddling it because my puts are in the money. But I guess I could roll my calls down to 38.90. Did I'd have to sell a couple more puts, but if I sell a couple puts, I can roll my calls down. But that's not really a straddle. It's more of just hedging my puts overnight, or the profitability of my puts overnight. No, I don't think it's coincidental. Hmm. Why would I sell my GME calls? When selling 60 or 90-day out the money GME CSPs today, tomorrow, same like selling 60-day CCs. If we move hard this OPEX, since this might be the bottom, Yes, potentially, but you're not going to net as much from the implied volatility, right? And then if you're doing that and you expect the price to go up, why wouldn't you sell them in the money? Maybe it's the MM trying to get it down to fight against vol shorts. Like they know they want to position, know when they want to position. How many questions do you get about your positions in WeBull a day? I don't know. I should really just get them off the screen. What's weird about them is they're right there. Like everyone can see them. It's pretty transparent. Um okay, Upstart sell 470, 410, 580, 350. That looks like about 4 million notional. Well, no. Those are 60K each. Those aren't very big. Those two are big. The sell to open 580 put is confusing as hell. $2.72 million sweep at 470 is kind of crazy too. Hmm. Yeah, I'm still pretty bearish on the video. Long, it's gonna take a while, but yeah, over their next couple earnings, I'm really bearish on them. I think Zach Morris is like living in Mexico. Sending pictures to the SEC on Twitter of his Rolex. I mean, they couldn't have made it easier for the SEC, right? Also, how fucking stupid do you have to be to conspire to manipulate the price of a security and then record the fucking conversation? Worked for Nixon. Hmm. Another Upstart 5. This is the 580 put for 1216. Jesus Christ. I wonder if they're bleeding in call buys. Hmm. And that is some big fucking options flow on Upstart. Curious. Very curious indeed. They should have just sold CCs to their audience. Exactly. Man, I remember last year when the Dillionaires were talking about that trading Discord, and I was like, these guys are fucking criminals. They're just buying strikes and having you pump them, right? No one believed me. Blanderson Snooper got them good. The Jan 80s on Upstart are already 235% IV. How much more can the MMs pump it? Quite a lot. See, what's interesting about this is, and we're seeing sold puts on both Upstart and GME, by the way, deep in the money ones. What's interesting about this is that preceding the January run in 2021, what was most notable about GME's options chain wasn't FOMO into call buying. It was huge quantities of sold deep in the money puts uh, that ultimately the credit was used to leverage massive synthetic long positions. And so that's why it's always something we kind of try to keep an eye on. Did you ever do that 1 over K value analysis for Upstart, JFresh? I mean, the other strikes look kind of dead notionally. SPX is finally getting a little bit of relief here. It looks pretty good. I think it might continue. Congratulations, 3,900 guy. Too much work. I'll do it for $500. Nah. I thought you had it all set up already. So the tactics they're using mirror Jan 21 GME. Should we also be pushing our timing expectations back as well? Why? They did it before January 13th. They also did it in December on GME. Before OPEX in December. GME ran like every OPEX into 2020, right? It wasn't like every other one or F-Man. GME ran on October, November, December, January, and February, and March OPEX. It wasn't until June, well, May, that we like moved on to F-Man. It was like May, August, November, but then we ran in March. We ran in May. We ran a bit in June and July this year, too. Oh, all right. No worries. Do you need more money for calls? Is that what it is? I mean, even fucking April OPEX ran last year. It didn't run hard, right? But there was like significant price improvement. And that was during the first share offering. I barely ask you for PTs, but I'm over leveraged. What do you see SPX hitting before end of day? Just a 3903 test, if that. I don't know if this run's gonna persist. It looks okay. I think it's picking up a little bit of momentum. I don't know how far that's gonna carry it. 3903 is like 3903 60 is not a bad test. If it moves higher, that might confirm an actual bounce. I don't think there's a lot of short interest left at those levels, at least on the zero DTEs. It's pretty dried up. Like most of the profits are taken, and if they aren't, they'll start to be taken the more this pushes up. So that could increase the potential range. I don't think we'll go above 39.37. But yeah, Gamma's fairly flat to the upside. 39.90 is a little rough. 3900 still got some put Gamma. I would say 39.25 conservatively. 39.50 like 39.50 I don't think is even possible, actually. I don't think we'd get through like the 39.40 level. Moving off of 38.75 here though is pretty bullish. So yeah, so watch 38.90, 3900. After 3900, 39.20. Big in the money puts being forced to capitulate is bullish, right? Houston Wade is currently ridiculing me on Twitter for selling MMTLP at 1,000% gain. Says it will hit 10,000%, and I left 4.5 million on the table. Help him. How? Is he a believer? Do you think ultra deep in the money puts are for going synthetic long rather than doing anything with the Greeks? Well, it's a bullish position, right? If you're selling deep in the money puts, that's bullish. And then you're getting a fat stack of credit. I also think that's how, like, closing those is part of the way they end the run. Cat's enjoying the bounce. Nice. He drank the Kool-Aid. Yeah. We call those dimps in my house. Right, you're saying MMTLP won't hit 1,000. Next, you're gonna tell me Santa and the Easter Bunny's Tooth Fairy. Easter Bunny and Tooth Fairy aren't real. No, all of those things are real, just not MMTLP to 1,000. Isn't, I mean, theoretically, MMTLP is no more, right? All of those are converted shares to NextBridge Holdings. Selling a deep in the money put at 1.0 delta and then using the credit to buy 10 delta of calls. It's about as bullish as you can get. I see somebody's been playing with it in option strat. Yeah, it doesn't get much more bullish than that. Maybe the mechanics are a bit fuzzy to me, but why would you do that versus any other approach to going long? Assignment risk is huge on in the money put. I mean, just any calls. You're just looking for large surges and call buying, which rising gamma max yesterday on Upstart would indicate. Gamma max on Upstart went up a lot. Houston also thought he could sell Jimmy and still get the share dividend. I do remember that. You're back in my books. I love how you keep it real. In my good books, was I on your naughty list? There was a fund manager on MSNBC the other day that said shorts covered last week. Yeah, I mean the fucking it went up 1,000%. What did people think happened? Was that just raw, unadulterated bullishness and the shorts were how the fuck did they think it went up that much if the shorts weren't covering? It's like GME in Jan 2021. Like there were shorts that covered. Probably most of them. Now, did they take that debt and those losses and, package it up into swaps and try to push it out over longer periods of time? Sure. But they still covered, like they don't have the open short position anymore, right? Infinity pool, Kirk. That's where my shares and the shorts are. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. So rejected on 3,900. Let's see if this continues to turn around. I think it can. So that was the first level to watch out for, and this sell-off isn't super significant. So this could push. I think this opens us up a little to test the 39, like 39.10 level. 39.10 is not particularly bearish though. Yeah, 39.10 is pretty flat. 39.15 is pretty flat. I think if we break, yeah, if we break 3,900, it's pretty clear up to 39.20. So this bounce would be key. If this can push up to a higher high, then I think 39.20 is on the table. 39.20 has a pretty high chance of a rejection though. That would be a decent recovery. Fill this gap. Test. Actually not even that bad. Well, they don't have to use the credit right away, right? They can just start buying calls for the long, like this, like the long part of, or the long leg of the position next week, right? These synth long positions have anything to do with your VN pondering, or do you think that's unrelated? It's very possible. You're selling large amounts of Vega. Well, you're not really selling large amounts of Vega. Those are Jan 24s? Hold on, I gotta look again. Jan 23. So what are you selling there? 580 put. You're not selling any Vega. It's just neutral. You're just selling Delta. Although I don't see how the Delta on those changes very much. It's just pure intrinsic value, right? So it's, does Vega go up on those as price increases? They seem too far out of the money. Like Upstart would have to run so fucking much for those to have any like Greek values. The closer to the money puts being sold, that's, you're selling Vega. 200s? Barely any. Like, barely any extrinsic value. 0.001 Vega? LAMR 97 with XDiv tomorrow. Seems like a good entry. $2 to $4 price improvement possible. Are you sure that that price improvement hasn't already been realized when it gapped up? Maybe. It didn't do very well on its last ex-dividend date. The day after. Someone who's selling deep in the money puts, probably closing a synthetic delta short on a hard to borrow stock. Yeah. Just any strike where the spread is advantageous. Okay. What would be dashed against the rocks? I don't know. I'm kind of hoping that SPX breaks 3,900 here and doesn't pull back again. By figuring out if they're short or long. I mean, you have to estimate it, right? I wonder where VWASP is right now. Dead. I killed him. The Gen 470s just say infinite for IV. Their IV is 342%. But they have no Vega, so there's no multiplier. Murderer? I guess. When SBF is freed and proven innocent, do you think you will get him on the shampoo stream with Lauer? Oh my god, the two of them washing each other's hair? My viewership would be so insane. Overnight success. You could single-handedly save both their careers. What was Upstart VN on December 5th, 6th? Didn't we see far more puts sell off then too? VN on the 5th and 6th. VN on the 5th was 11.12, then it jumped to 13.06 on the 6th. Which, you know, I think all of this is very indicative of, you know, we see Vega neutral on Upstart into earnings significantly above price action, right? So we're seeing Vega neutral, you know, before earnings, like say going into November 9th, Vega neutral on Upstart's at 27.75, right? And we see Vega neutral fall really hard. Into, you know, this is today, right? So I think what we're seeing here is due to the low liquidity environment present after earnings, which is right around this point. You know, Upstart's price down here for earnings, then it climbs up. Vega neutral crosses under it as it moves down. So I think we're seeing massive synthetic short positions entered here. And they're starting to close them off through this period, which really begins on like the 5th of December. 2nd of December. For the 4,000 C you have left in your straddle, how long do you wait to roll? 7 DTE? I'll probably hold them through next Tuesday at the latest. SPX still looking pretty decent. I think, yeah, I think we keep pushing up here. We're starting to break away from 3,900, which is going to force more capitulation. So let's see if this can force out some of like the 39.15, 39.20 puts, which are small, but there's also calls at those levels. So maybe a little more oomph. Pretty flat gamma right now. This range on SPX, gamma's fairly flat. So from like 3,900 up through 39.20 flat. So this will likely move in the direction of the hedge, which if people are selling puts is going to be up. Is Bobby at $10? Can we get a Cenas song today? I think so. I think it's fitting. So maybe synthetic long or short positions taken to offset the hedge fund buy-in and the share buyback, and in order to drag out stagnated prices until OPEC settlement. Because that's a fucking insane amount of synthetic shorting. If you're driving, Vega neutral all the way from, fuck, it got driven down from 27.25 to a low of $6.45. Here's the question though, how do they offset settlement for 5 days? T plus 2 plus 2 isn't long enough. I want to look at some squiggles tonight and see if we're seeing more realization and liquidity on Upstart. Upstart had contracted, like the tips were docking, but it hadn't begun expanding yet, so we weren't seeing a reversion to mean and liquidity like we've been seeing on GME for the past few days. That hedge fund that you just mentioned, is that the Viking one? Yeah, they bought like a lot of shares, like 1 million shares. They only needed the sin short to be larger than 250 million to ensure the buyback couldn't fuck them. I mean, yeah, but then the question is how much if Upstart bought back any, how much would they have bought back? I hope you fucking kill it. I wish I was Sanjit. Okay, so still consolidation here on SPX. Okay, so at this point, I don't know if SPX is going to be able to continue moving up or not. It could. Really want to see it break 39.10. 39.10 seems very important. It pulls us far enough away from the 3900 level that the longer dated puts there will have a little less effect. And it will encourage more put capitulation at the 39.20 and 25 level. Yeah, 39.10, 48. An important test. So let me mark that. Ah, what would be exciting here is if we see like a 39, like a big 39.50 position close. That could really drive some upside movement.
What about Bobby? Oh, cool. It's doing stuff. Congratulations on being back at $3, guys. I wonder if that's IWM everything. It's not Fubo. A little bit on AMC. Express had kind of a crazy spike, but now it's gone. Express up today? Oh, it is. Rad? Rad's not doing shit. Sava not doing anything either. Really appreciate you making me love both losing and winning in this market. So big ups to all the quants and zillionaires. All praise the VWAP. One day we'll have a drink. Okay, that guy's calls just went in the money. Could just be one small fund or something more, but there's no way to tell. It's true.
Hey, you little stock investor, you. Come on over here. I got something to show you. I think you might like it. Let me show you my secret scenes. Promise you won't tell a soul, cause I feel so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair. ETF creation, bona fide market maker makes my secret scene hard.
I think that's it. That might have killed it. Lamb. It's gonna fill this gap, definitely. Now that could trigger another round of profit taking. Like me, I'm gonna close some more puts right here. Now that Gmail has had a no pex, it hasn't. Is it time to sell 30 DT out of the money CCs, right? You do whatever you want. Big ups tomorrow? No. I don't think so. Maybe some ups tomorrow. Man, a lot of money got burned out of the money today on the put side. Cause they stacked like the negative gamma was stacked all the way down to like 38.30. And we didn't fucking get anywhere near there. Playing off your brief bullishness of that run to 39.05, just maybe back my losses from completely misplaying the Fed rate call yesterday. Thanks. Oh, awesome, dude. Congratulations. You think SLD is mostly done given today's drops? It's very possible. But now we have to see how repositioning plays out, right? And then and there can still be more SLD selling through Monday morning. Just because it seems done doesn't mean it is. It's that part of SLD is very unpredictable, right? Like SLD, you can probably confidently approach SLD like somewhere during this 6-day trading period. We will probably see a drop in the market between 200 to 300 basis points. And that's about all you can say. Anything beyond that starts to get really speculative. Saying it's over or done or the bottom's in isn't necessarily true. There have been times where, we've seen an SLD sell off on Tuesday for like 120 BPS, and then we're back up at break even on Wednesday. And then Thursday, we drop 300, and Friday we, trade fucking flat into close. Sometimes, SLD is like Wednesday after hours, we get a 300 BPS drop, and then Thursday and Friday we climb back up. Sometimes it just drops real slow all the way into Monday. And then Monday we start to see a bit of a turnaround as deposits settle. So, there's a lot of ways to play all of these. You just buy puts with theta, right? Hopefully you get a high in the market sometime around Monday or Tuesday to enter those puts. Tuesday OPEXs are the most common, yeah. I don't know if Upstart's gonna go up into the end of the day tomorrow. I don't know if it's gonna go up overnight. We'll see what happens. If they're closing out puts yesterday in any significant quantity, we could see price action from that tomorrow. But you know, the reason they do this, right, or at least our thesis on it, right, is that they are using this week to position. So they're short into this week, right? And then they start to flip that position into long, right? Because they know on T+2 the MMs are going to hedge their gamma, right? From all the closed short positions. And the ETFs are going to buy the stock. And so by repositioning this week, then they get to be long while the MM and the ETF get fucked. And then they get to short the subsequent spike in implied volatility and price. Because those go up, which makes them attractive to short. It's a phenomenal system. If I'm even 60% correct about how they do it, it's probably the best way to make money in the market if you have a shitload of money. Wouldn't you actually say that actually no-pexes are the most common? They're actually not. Man, I wish CML still had their chart. I wasn't a huge fan of it, but just because like the entry timing and stuff was a little weird. But yeah, most OPEXs have are like at least 10 to 13, like it's like between 10 and 30% or something like that increase in price. How reliable is the FTD data on stonks, Sarah? I'm pretty sure it's just pulled from the SEC data, so it should be reliable. Their estimation of when covering is done is incorrect. Oh, do you still have it? Yeah, this. Yeah, and this just and what was your methodology here? You just it was just like buying the Friday before OPEX, right? And selling at the highest price on T+2. Buy Friday, sell peak Monday through Wednesday. Okay. Which isn't always necessarily the peak of the run, but yeah, that's fine. I think there's but this is just buying the stock, right? You didn't do this with options. Trying to see if I can show everyone. So these are the expected returns for OPEX if you're buying the stock Friday and selling within T+2 at whatever the high is. You could pick a predefined delta instead of trying to do it with all the strikes, but so if you perfectly manage the bottom and the peak, almost every OPEX back to 2020 realizes profitability. Buy open Friday is not even that bad. Given the margin of error there, that's pretty impressive. Is that data available on the Discord? Sure. I'll share it. If you don't mind, C-Mill. Do you mind if I share it? So perfectly managing a position is profitable. Wow. I mean, I think that's why a lot of times, like, I'll be like down, but not down that bad on OPEX, or I'll be like, because just slightly better position management covers my ass. And other people are like, I lost everything, right? Because you can see the variance there in the chart, with your entries and exits. I'll share it with everyone in the Discord. Well, it wasn't like I never back tested OPEXs before I told people about them. I had a bit different methodology, and I haven't done it again in a long time, but even in a bear market, it's profitable, right? Like March was a 91% return. Even the worst entry and exit on March was like a 30% return. I should probably do a more complete one. Ooh, Carl, are you bored? Okay, so recovery here is really good for SPX. Futures look kind of bullish now. This looks good. Now maybe we push past 39.10. If this recovery can get a little momentum. We're showing a mean reversion in liquidity on GME and its secondary liquidity markets. I wish I was Sanjit. No problem. You ever trade SPX on the 4-hour? Yeah. Generally only if I need more information than the daily candles, but I do sometimes. I wouldn't say actively trade, but swing trade. I grabbed Jimmy calls 2 days ago. I'm still flat after the drop. I'll praise Vega. Nice. IV definitely dropped a little bit today, but maybe it'll pick up here into close. You got an ad? YouTube plays those. Do you know what ad block is? What am I doing? Drawing lewd pictures of ducks in Excel again? Do you want to go over expected returns for GME positions for OPEX every month for the last 2 years? Let's say 0.3 delta options bought within, let's say, 10% of the low for the prior week. Or at VWAP of the prior week, if you can calculate it. And then ROI. So that might be hard. Let me know what you need help with. We'll figure it out. We'll figure out like a methodology for it that's fair. That's the hard part, is making it fair, right? Because options are so, like, the timing is so important, and trying to estimate how badly people can fuck up the timing. Well, I feel like no matter what we do, we'll underestimate the worst positioning. Yeah, we could do that. Worst entry. Yeah, worst entry, average, and best. Pay Carl double what you paid him last month for this task. I'll come to the party. But not this one, the next one. And don't throw it too soon. I understand that we're going to get a distribution, Veronica. I don't think we need to do like a Monte Carlo simulation. Although... Huh. We get a very nice distribution of returns over the expected time period. You get on your math. Sometimes I get really good entries. One day I will have a nice exit. I'm available for consulting purposes on the how bad can they really be questions. Atomic might vouch for me or throw me under the bus. I accept both outcomes as justified. I'll talk to him. Try hard not to let SPX over 39.10. Yeah, I mean, fight to hold the positioning and to close. I think that's more complex than we really need. I mean, yeah, sure, ideally. I just back and saw your Discord post. I got Mr. Mo Money to analyze your data, and he told me by Friday high, sell T plus 2 low. Is this correct? Oh, Jesus. Only an earthling child can give the Empress a name. Oh, God. At least I titled, what's up, Shaken Lakin? Are we doing quotes from the never-ending story now? At least the quote I chose for the title was fitting for today. I did a Monte Carlo simulation one time. The intake manifold gaskets leaked coolant. Where did I mess up? Trying to offset my losing call side from yesterday's straddle. That probably would have been a good idea earlier today when the market was just dropping like a rock. Maybe, although stagnant or a slight recovery are possible into tomorrow, and the risk of buying point 0.4 delta puts, especially short dated ones, is a little higher than it was this morning. Will it run harder if they fail? I mean, yeah. I could probably just give a rough estimate on if this is going to continue to push up. Maybe it recovers here again. If it can hold the 3905 level, then we can get more capitulation on the downside. Call interest is still very light though, right? So not a lot of bulls pushing real hard for this. It's just like an estimate of returns for OPEX if you buy shares Friday and sell on T+2. I'm amazed to see people who are not members. It happens once a month. Just noticed the Yule pickle. It's getting festive as fuck in here. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to you too, Average Joe. It's just MM's de-risking the options chain for the way down. Could be. $100K block order for Upstart. I see it. Big volume spike. Could be a straddle or something, though. Doesn't seem like it had much of an effect on price. Check that DM. Huh. Bullish. That's the weekly computer share buy-in. I mean, that's a big buy, right? You found a straddle? Okay. That makes a little more sense. All right, so I think SPX is finding a floor here, but I don't know if it's going to realize much more upside price action for the rest of the day. So stable at 3,900, unfortunately. And yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't look particularly bullish. Like another little push up here, and then probably that's going to fail. I don't even think this will be very significant. Jan 2022.50 straddle. Okay, so in the money. And that's profitable below 16 and above 28. It's very profitable on large increases in implied volatility, regardless of the price. If implied volatility on that straddle, like if IV hits like 200%, it's profitable at every price between $0 and, well, all the way up. Interesting. Yeah, so just super like volatility exposed again. More long vol positions. That one's more delta exposed too, obviously, but I say straddle, but it could be synthetic short. Sold. Oh wait, so it's, well, no. Okay. Was a $25 call bought? Then a straddle. Puts at the ask. Calls at the bid. Well, calls closer to the bid. It's probably bought. That strike's fairly liquid. The straddle makes more sense here, but it could be a synthetic short. It's a big position. I want to go with the straddle because the hedge was probably buying. What's up, Han? What do you want? Bad idea to hold a 1219 394C SPY overnight. Probably not a great idea. You're gonna lose a lot of money on theta. Or, yeah. I need historic options data if you want me to do a true 0.4 delta buy or anything else. Ranges might be better, i.e. buying after 10% of the bottom is realized, run confirmed, selling 10% after the peak. I know that leaves huge gaps for IV and whatnot, But that's more manageable with data I can pull. Okay, that's fine. I mean, it only needs to be like a rough estimate, right? I mean, technically, we don't even need to do it. I know most OPEXs are profitable if you time them perfectly. Timing them perfectly is the hard part. But I feel like it'd be cool to have as proof of concept. Oh, thanks, Han. Are we still not talking about Bobby? I mean, we can, I just don't care about it. Like, why Bobby over literally any other fucking stock that can run? Like, I'd rather buy AMC. The notional value potential is higher. It's worth $5. If Bobby goes up 50% or 100%, it's still not gonna be worth anything. If you're over leveraging yourself into shares of a dying company, that's not a great idea, right? I understand if you have some big fat bags, right? I get it. PTSD's nuts. I wish you the best, but I have no reason to look at it outside of your bags. I haven't been following Bobby anymore, but Upstart has the same activity we saw in BBBY prior to the run to 30. Probably a better use of people's time. Party is usually seasonal. And no, I don't think it's a particularly great play. But generally, like, approaching the Halloween season, they do fairly well. Or at least the stock gets some interest. Bobby is an OPEC stock. It's just not like there's thousands of OPEC stocks. It's just finding ones that are worthwhile is what's important, not finding ones that exist. Fubo as a company still has potential, right? That's why I bought Fubo to hold for a long period of time. It doesn't need to hide behind my chair. I'm perfectly proud of my Fubo position. He has nothing to be ashamed of. Fubo is on a path to profitability. Bobby is on a path to bankruptcy. Fubo is a tech company, which can trade at significantly higher valuations than a dying retail store. Focusing on stocks that are unlikely to go out of business is probably a better target when looking to fuck over volatility shorts, or at least ride the waves they create, right? I have Revlon bags. Yeah, you gotta wait for the bankruptcy to resolve. Although I think they moved forward the timeline recently, so that's a positive. You know, Bobby has a greater chance of going under than Revlon does, I think. Different sectors, but Revlon's core business is still functioning, and their revenues have not significantly dropped. They got absolutely destroyed with supply chain issues, but as those resolve, I mean, the company itself doesn't do that badly. It's not like a phenomenal company or anything, but it's not probably gonna die. 3,900 close. Maybe. Yeah, I could see that. Looks like, yeah, I would say probably a move up into close. Small one, nothing big. 3,900 might be a little out of reach, but it's possible. But local drugstores have Revlon on sale. Revlon doesn't care. If your local drugstore wants to take a reduced margin on their Revlon merchandise, that doesn't mean that Revlon got paid any less, right? I think that's more of an effective retailer is needing to get rid of inventory. More of the same tomorrow. I think we're stabilizing a bit, but yeah, there's more downside potential tomorrow. How soon after close can you calculate gamma max? I'll post it when I have it. Or well, when I remember later. One of the two. I sold a 40cc when it was trading at 45 on Savi yesterday. It printed so hard. I love covered calls. Nice, man. Covered calls are pretty cool. If Geo and Upsquart goes any decent amount past 35, hedgies fuck. Are we gap filling 80? I mean, all I can tell you is that gamma above like $30 is relatively flat. It's slightly positive now over the last week. So it can keep moving, right? That depends a lot on what happens during that period and how far out of the money calls are purchased and how much interest is accrued due to the stock running. I have no idea why I trade Tesla. I mean, it moves. You just gotta get the direction right, which is unpredictable. I would have probably, if I was gonna trade Tesla today, I probably would have gone a little longer. Generally speaking, when Elon's done selling his bags to his shareholders, the stock bounces a little bit. But it's tricky, and Tesla breaks its correlation with the like indices a lot. I have no idea why I trade at all. And what else would you have to cry about in your car? Increasing gamma max same like me buying 30s. Yeah, I mean it does, right? Because you're increasing the amount of gamma on the chain at that strike, right? And that strike is out of the money. 30s would now decrease gamma max, not much, but people opening like 35s and 40s and 50s would increase gamma max. But people aren't going to want to buy a lot of those when the price is at $15, right? Like the stream. Thanks, Han. I'm sure that's going to get people to do just that. Stop loss hunt right before close. you see the former POTUS is selling NFT trading cards of himself for $99 each? The man doesn't like to miss an opportunity. Ugh, how many weeks out do you sell CSPs on GME for OPEX? I sold these for Jan. The 20s I have out right now are sold for Jan. Call me crazy, but I doubled down on my Upstart $40 calls today. Glad to be the guy bringing up Gamma Max. Yeah, no offense, good Godfrey, but I'm pretty sure it's the rolling of massive synthetic short positions into diagonal spreads that's driving up Gamma Max, and not you buying an extra 10 calls. Here's the question. Are they selling them on the GameStop NFT marketplace? That's all I care about. That's just like your opinion, man. No, it's you? Oh, okay. With a bunch of puts expiring today and tomorrow, do you think we'll see the local bottom? I do think some chance of recovery is possible tomorrow. I'm leaning more towards just it being really stagnant. Or like we do something overnight and then kind of just stay in that range. I think I'll just keep the fucking rest of the position I have open. I don't even think I'm gonna change the like I don't even think I'm gonna straddle tonight. It's probably not worth it. But remember that the puts closing tomorrow are gonna fight for their positioning, right? And they're at like 39.50, 3900. Those are the two big levels for puts going into tomorrow. And so I could very much see us getting kind of locked up in this range, and then we get the big put close off on Friday, and that could drive indices up going into early next week. You can't just say no offense and attack a man's integrity like that. But I meant no offense by it. Years of living among people has taught me that if I say no and no offense in advance of something offensive, then there's no offense taken. Like, it's not a judgment of him as a person, it's just a judgment of him as a person. That, as well as with all due respect. Yeah, which is none, right? And so, although I do feel like with all due respect is even more insulting. Ding ding. Thanks, regards, Kiki. All right, well, that was a fun day of repositioning and massive zero DT put interest. GameStop down 2% on the day. Upstart down 6. And Fubo down 6.87%. almost at $2. The market's come down. I think a lot of the zero DT put positioning that was betting on further downside got burned up as we bottomed out today. I think we found a little bit of recovery here into tomorrow, but I still think we're going to see short positions at least try to maintain their profitability throughout tomorrow. So I wouldn't expect any huge moves in the market. If we do get any, they'd probably be later in the day, right? Like when we start to see maybe some short positions nearer the money close out. I don't know if that'll encourage out of the money puts to close or deep in the money puts to close out, but it could. But yeah, tomorrow's probably gonna be a lot more of this kind of shitty flatness. After that, we can start to see where people begin to leverage positioning going into next week as SLD deposits begin to settle. We'll get a better picture of the directionality of the indices over the next couple weeks. I think that's about it. Yeah. Thank you guys for tuning in. I appreciate all of you. Even if you drive me fucking crazy. Have a great night, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate.
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.